Um, Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Okay, I'm not going to teleport you. You want to watch the rest of the Sementilli trial, please hop on over to the new live that just started. Thank you so much for streaming live with me today with this verdict. Oh my gosh, I'll see you in a minute. Hi, y'all. And we're back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. I did have to take a little personal break. Sorry about that. I've been live all morning. We have had multiple trials. I really like the music. There we go. Okay, so we have had a very busy day. I am going to reiterate because I have some new people that have hopped on. My son has been suffering from a migraine and it's been very difficult. So I have the shop today. So I am having to run when we get customers. So please do not be offended if you see me bolt. We got to pay the bills somehow. So anyway, so what's happened is in the Griffin case where he unalived his mother, not guilty, y'all. I was like, what? He was found not guilty. I couldn't believe it. I'm being honest with you. I couldn't believe he was found not guilty of unaliving his mother. And that is very shocking because I thought he was guilty. I think the interesting fact is going to be once the jury finds out that this kid's father was unalived, and they hear more of that stuff, would they have changed their verdict? Would it have impacted their verdict? Would they be going, oh crap, we let a multi unaliver go free? I don't know. It's interesting. Hey everybody. Funny thing is me and a sunny day and Rachel K are already called June 2. Oh, okay. It is a June day. It doesn't surprise me, to be honest. Other chats were against the mom saying they didn't prove it. I struggled with that. The month of June, I have to figure out all of. Oh, yeah. Here's the thing for me in this. I don't care how much she screams and yells and hits and scratches and claws. She was not doing that at the time. She was not doing that at the time. She hadn't laid a hand on him at that time. And that is where the law is. The times that she has hit and laid hands on him and he called, Kale's a new member. Woohoo! It just, it, I, the thing in self-defense, then Sarah Boone should be free. Think about it. She put him in a suitcase and she unalived him that way because he was abusive to her and it was spousal abuse. Whatever. This kid it's the same thing. Mama has done this time and time again. Daddy's done it. I'm in fear of my life. And then he unalives her in a moment in which we don't have any, one gray hair sticking up. We don't have any indication that she did anything to him. And I guess there's the reasonable doubt. Nobody was in the room. Nobody knows if he was defending himself when he did what he did. But when someone sits there and keeps telling people again and again, if I'm going to do this, 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 to me, that's not self-defense. That's premeditated. And you can agree to disagree. I would not have pled not guilty. Oh, June. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go over to this trial, the love affair murder trial. And we're going to get this back up and going. I said add to stage. I think I want this. I need to get this down. I need to do this. I need to do that. A lot of things I got to do. So I'm just perplexed and confused. Confused. Okay, let's get going. I'm still in shock. He should have been found guilty.
You took it upon yourself to go back to Henry Meyer and speak to him about why was the salary going to be stopping? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Monica didn't ask you to go do that.
No.
Mm.
The memorial, just a few questions for you. The memorial that you went to in Toronto, you said you had limited interaction with the defendant?
Yes, it was, Fabio was hugely popular. There was a half-hour wait to get up to where the family was, and in the room where you have the, I guess you call it a viewing, but there was not a viewing, to greet the family and show your respects. And so you're just in a big line, and a number of us from the company were there and went through to share our condolences. And that was the first encounter I had with the family.
So did you spend any time then with Monica, the defendant?
No, she was surrounded by family. It's not a place where I spoke with other people that had come into the viewing, but most of the family was completely consumed greeting all the other people that had come for condolences.
So from your observation point, it's what you would assume you would see a grieving widow at a memorial for her murdered husband, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see any tears or actually crying?
I can't say that I did. I saw hysterics. I saw Kleenex, but that was a long time ago, and I can't say that I definitively did.
When you went to her house in February, you said she was pulling herself together at this point. Did she have her composure then, as opposed to the memorial the week before?
Absolutely.
Was she crying with tears at the February meeting at her house?
No.
And then March, you said she was pulling herself together more. I think you used the words normal. Did everything appear normal to you as far as her behavior?
Yes.
Okay, no tears?
No tears.
No crying?
No crying.
And then during this March conversation, when you were talking about money and her need for money, you said then in response to defense questions that in April then you had a meeting to meet her, but she was detained at the Ford dealership. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the meeting for?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
The meeting is the person.
The
What?
meeting as to the dealership.
That's not what is that the meeting?
No.
Yeah, it's overruled.
Go ahead, you may answer.
I'm sorry, could you ask the
Sure.
question?
So you had a meeting or an appointment to meet with Monica that day in April when you found out she was at the Ford dealership.
Yes.
What was that for?
We were supposed to go out to dinner, or I was bringing dinner in. I don't remember which. And she was not going to be able to do it because she was running late at the dealership.
Now, that was weeks after you just had dinner with her when she was talking to you about money and needing money, correct?
Yes.
And you'd made efforts to secure her. You made your own efforts to secure her some financial relief.
Yes.
Did you know that in April she was buying a brand new Mustang at that Ford dealership when she didn't meet you for dinner as planned?
I didn't.
Objection, foundation, speculation.
So stand on the first ground.
Do you know what she was doing at the Ford dealership?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she was buying a new brand new Ford Mustang?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Sean. You're excused. I call your next witness.
Well, they spent a ton of money as a corporation on her. And I will tell you, if she's found guilty, and if I was in that corporation, I would be contacting a lawyer and seeing if we can sue for the money back, because that is BS. She should not be able to benefit from unaliving somebody. So we'll see. I'm still in shock over the other one. So we'll see.
You could please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Tracy, Tracy, Rakovich, Raca, V as in Victor, Ich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, did you fly in from, is it New Jersey to testify in this case?
Yes, New Jersey.
All right.
Okay, guys, I'm going to grab me
Work
some
for
lunch.
today.
I will be right
So
back.
I
We're
am
all
employed by
listening.
a company called International Flavors and Fragrances as the Global Benefits Director.
Oh. How long have you been the global benefits director for this company?
It'll be 3 years in October.
Okay. And before this job, were you at a similar organization or in a similar position at another company?
Yes.
And where was that?
Prior to that, I was at a company called Bausch & Lomb.
Bausch & Lomb, they make eyewear and
Correct.
lenses.
Yes.
And were you the benefits director there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And prior to that?
I was at a company called Church and Dwight in a similar role.
And prior to that, where were
I
you?
was at Cody.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you worked for Cody, what was your title or position, please?
I was Senior Benefits Manager,
And for what part of the company?
the U.S. based operations.
Okay, for all of the U.S. operations.
That's correct.
And so where were you based?
New York City.
Okay. How many years did you work for Cody?
About 3 years.
All right. And as the senior benefits manager for the entire U.S. operations for Cody, were you responsible for certain types of benefits
Yes.
for the employees?
Correct.
And what type?
So oversight over health benefits, so medical, dental, prescription, life insurance, and also retirement benefits as well. So 401k, things like that.
So, in terms of your position, did the company contract with a particular life insurance company to provide life insurance benefits to its
Yes.
employees? What company was that?
MetLife.
And as the senior benefits manager, were you responsible for assisting employees yearly when they enrolled for the following year for their medical, dental, life insurance, retirement, things of that nature?
Yes, during annual enrollment.
All right. And in addition to assisting the employees with their enrollment, were you also responsible for processing any death claims through
Yes.
that life?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, given that you manage the life insurance, retirement, and the health and welfare portion, were you also responsible for managing any stock options through the company?
No, that was handled by another department.
And was that handled more at a local level?
Yes,
Did you know somebody by the name, or do you know somebody by the name of Henry Meyer?
I do.
Okay. And how did you know Henry?
Henry was the local HR contact in the Woodland Hills office, so he was my colleague based in California.
Okay. And so in terms of managing the stock options, equity, pay, compensation, things of that nature, would that have been handled at the local level by Henry?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you also know somebody by the name of Janet Cover?
Yes.
And was she somebody who worked under Henry?
Yes.
Did you ever meet somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
And when did you meet him?
During the transition when Cody purchased Wella, we had educational benefit seminars to talk about the new benefits Cody was offering, and he had attended one of those.
Okay. And so you were here in the Los Angeles area, in the
Yes.
Woodland Hills area?
I believe it was Woodland Hills.
Okay. And was that sometime maybe in May or June of 2016?
Thereabouts, yes, approximately.
Okay. So was that a seminar where you would have again been assisting the employees in the Woodland Hills office with the new benefit package that was being offered by the company?
That's correct.
All right. Showing you People's 13, do you recognize who you see here?
Yes, that's Fabio.
Okay. Now, after you you met him at Wella, this was during, you said, the integration process, correct?
Yes.
Did you have multiple communications with him about his benefits in order to assist him in enrolling for the new year, which would have been the 2017 enrollment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I have an email exchange that appears to be 18 pages in length. May it be collectively marked as People's 92?
Yes.
There appears to be a red one on this first page at the bottom left. Do you know somebody by the name of Deborah Straw?
Yes.
And who is Deborah Straw?
She was my manager at the time.
Okay, so she was above you,
Correct.
and that was at Cody.
Yes.
And looking at this first page of Exhibit 92, is this basically a reintroduction from Deborah to you and Fabio together?
Correct. Yes.
And was this the beginning of an email exchange, as we discussed, of you assisting Fabio Sementilli in enrolling for his 2017 benefits?
Correct.
Showing you the next page, People's 92, which is page 2 at the bottom left, is that first email occurred, it looks like, on April 8th of 2016, and according to the email at 1:47 p.m. Showing you page 2 of this email exchange. Does this appear to be an email between you and Fabio, as well as Deborah and Fabio's professional assistant, Alicia Truesdale, on April 9th, following day?
Yes.
Okay. And in this particular email, you are the two of you trying to set up an appointment so that you can discuss his benefits?
That's correct.
And were you introduced to Fabio? Did you know him as the vice president of education for Wella Salon?
I believe I knew his title. Yes.
Sharing you page 3 of this email exchange. Is this an email that you sent to Fabio with some information in order to assist him in reviewing the new benefits that were being offered to Cody?
Correct. Yes.
Showing you page 4. Does this include some of the information that you sent to Fabio in terms of Cigna, so health benefits, dental benefits, things of that nature?
Yes. It's a benefit summary.
Okay. So these are documents you actually sent to him, correct?
Correct.
Showing you page 5. Is this another set of pages that you sent to Fabio to review regarding dental, vision, and other benefits that he could enroll in?
Yes, it is.
Showing you page 6, or what's marked as page 6, and looking at the top left, again, are these some of the documents you sent to Fabio to review for enrollment in terms of his various benefits, as well as on the right side?
Correct. Yes.
Showing you page 7, Is this an exchange between you and Fabio that took place after you sent those documents on April 12th regarding any P&G disability program?
Yes,
And on the following day, showing you page 8, is this a conversation or a response that you sent to Fabio regarding having met with him the day prior on April 12th?
yes, it is.
And in this particular email exchange or response that you sent him, you discussed RSUs. What's an RSU?
Restricted stock unit?
So, in this particular email, you were talking about the RSU vesting, whether or not if he left the company at some time prior to vesting, if they would be forfeited and things of that nature. Is that right?
Correct. And I had worked with Henry to complete these answers as he handled the compensation information locally.
Okay.
Yep.
And then you also talked about severance at the bottom.
Yes,
Showing you page 9 of this exhibit 92. Is this a email that Fabio sent you on April 20th regarding disability?
yes,
And did you send him a response that we see on page 10 clarifying that the disability plan's benefits don't include a cost of living increase?
that's correct.
And this was an exchange that took place on April 21st at about 5:22 in the afternoon or the evening.
Correct. The morning.
I'm sorry, AM. Looking at the following page, page 11 of People's 92, is this a response that Fabio sent you a little later that same day where he attached some disability option that he had prior to the company being integrated into Cody?
Correct.
Showing you page 12 of this document is this, and I'm going to turn it sideways, the document that Fabio had sent to you regarding his 2016 benefits on April 21st of 2016.
Yes,
And in terms of his benefits in 2016, it appears that he had life insurance plus he had purchased 5 times his annual salary, including his 1-year annual base pay, correct?
that is correct.
So prior to 2017, Fabio, had he died, would have been receiving 6 times his annual salary.
Yes.
And do you know what his annual salary was?
At the time at Cody, it was about 222,000 a year.
So in 2016, again, if he had died, it would be 6 times 222,000.
Correct.
And showing you the following page, page 13, was this the second page that went along with page 12 with respect to his beneficiaries for his life insurance?
I believe so, yes.
Showing you page 14 of exhibit 92. Was this a responsive email that Fabio sent you at about 7 p.m. that night after he read through the disability program?
Correct.
Showing you page 15 of exhibit 92. Is this a response that you sent regarding what Cody offers in terms of long-term disability on April 25th, 2016?
Yes.
And then in this particular email, did you also discuss with him that he had some questions regarding the 401k portion?
That is correct.
And again, that would be a retirement benefit,
Yes,
correct?
correct.
That you would have managed.
Correct.
Showing you page 16 of exhibit 92. Is this a response that Fabio sent you later that same day, that morning at 9:02.
Yes, yes, it is.
And so in this particular email, he was asking specifically about life insurance, his 401 contributions, and whether they were being automatically deducted from his paycheck. And also he wanted some information on the pension program, correct?
Correct.
That also would be a retirement benefit,
That's correct.
Showing you page 17. Would this be a response that you sent him again later that same day on April 25th regarding life insurance, dependent, whether or not he could purchase dependent life insurance for his spouse, his children? You mentioned the 401k, and the fact that Cody offers a 401 instead of a pension plan.
That's correct. Yes.
And then in this last page, page 18, is this an email that Fabio sent you later that day regarding a 3.5% contribution from Cody?
Yes.
What was that referring to? What was that conversation? that you
Sure.
had?
So the 3.5% was in addition to your own money you put into the 401k and employer matching contribution. There was an additional 3.5% contribution based on his age. The contribution differed by employees' ages.
So on top of whatever the employee puts in and on top of whatever the company matches, there is a percentage on top of that that's added on for depending on your age group.
That is correct.
And
Yes.
if you go back to page 6 of Exhibit 92, this document that you sent him at the bottom, is this what you're referring to where the percentage depends on his age group?
That's correct.
And so if he was in the age group of, at age 49, that's where the 3.5% gets added on.
That's right. Yes.
Did you, again, review with Fabio his 2016 benefits as opposed to now what he was changing over to in 2017 and what would be comparable?
Right. The differences in changing companies and the benefit offerings.
Your Honor, I have a 2-page document with respect to 2016 benefits for Fabio Sementilli and his family. It has a date at the bottom right corner of 4/21/16. May this document be marked as People's Exhibit number 93.
It may.
Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 93. Again, were these the benefits that Fabio, you reviewed with him with respect to his prior selection, including his medical plan, life insurance, and on the second page, it looks like, again, life insurance and whether there's any retirement.
Yes.
And this document again reflects that in 2016, he had signed up to receive 6 times his salary.
That is correct.
Did you provide Fabio with some of the documentation that you sent him information regarding life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment insurance?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a 3-page, excuse me. I'm wrong, a 4-page document that is titled Life and AD&D. May it be marked, please, as People's 94.
Yes.
Exhibit 94, looking at the front page of this document, is this a document that you sent to Fabio Sementilli with respect to what he could enroll in for 2017?
It is.
Okay, showing you the second page, this appears to be information regarding the life insurance plan.
Yes.
And the third page, again, all the specifics with respect to this life as well as accidental death and dismemberment plan.
Yes.
And the final page, insurance plan claims.
Yes.
And then did you go ahead and assist him with enrolling in his benefits for the year of 2017?
I believe.
Hi, guys. I apologize for being gone. I did eat my lunch. I'm trying, I got to stop eating on screen. I get complaints because I eat on stream. The other thing is my son's headache is really not getting any better, so I had to go take care of
He may
him.
have enrolled on his own. It was just.
Sorry about that. So, I got him some medicine. I took care of him, and I'm hoping it'll work. I told him to go lay down and go to sleep. So if I have to hop up and get the shot, please be understanding. And then the only reason I can do what I do is because of his shop. To have this place to do that. Okay. I appreciate your love and support, and let's get back to trial.
Clarifying questions about the differences in coverage.
Your Honor, I have a 3-page document that is the 2017 enrollment record for Fabio Sementilli.
It's a little bit
as
of a
of August
hamburger,
2nd,
nothing much more.
2017 in the bottom right corner. May it be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 95.
In May.
I don't eat much at a time anymore, so. Well, I guess people don't realize I've been here since 6 a.m.
95, the first page. Were these the benefits that you managed that Fabio had enrolled in for the plan year of 2017?
Yes.
Showing you the following page. And along the left, we see terminated. This is a document that was printed post-death, correct?
Yes.
So at that point, there was no more coverage because he had passed away.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at this second page, if we look at the second portion down after vision where it says basic life insurance.
Life insurance company.
Again, what you managed and discussed with Fabio, that he had enrolled for 2 times his annual salary of, which would be doubled, would be $444,000.
Correct.
And on top of that, did he also sign up for supplemental?
No problem,
life
Rachel.
insurance for an
No problem.
additional, $222,000?
Yes.
And on top of that, did he also sign up for not only 2 times his annual salary from the accidental death and dismemberment portion of the policy, but as well for a supplemental accidental death?
Yes.
And in this document, did you also manage the portion where Fabio listed out who his beneficiaries were?
Yes.
And again, as you talked about one of your emails.
Thank you,
on the
Haley
last
Mouse. You're
page
amazing.
Of Exhibit 95, the LTD.
Yes. He has some questions on that.
So this was his, the benefits that he enrolled in based on your conversations with him and the benefits that you managed for him through the company.
Yes.
So let me ask you, About another set of documents. Your Honor, I have a 7-page email chain. The first page on the bottom left is in number 24. May this 7 pages be marked as People's 96?
Yes.
Starting with
He had a lot of insurance, that's for sure. He was
the first
prepared.
page. You can see that this came from Fabio's email, correct?
Yes,
To somebody at palmati-mo@hotmail
correct.
with an attachment, correct?
Yes,
Showing you the attachment. First page of the attachment. Do these appear to be the same documents that you sent to Fabio regarding the health insurance?
yes,
Showing you the third page. Does this appear to be the same documents you sent to Fabio regarding choosing benefits and dental?
yes,
Showing you the next page. Again, does this appear to be some of the documents you sent to Fabio regarding dental and vision?
it is.
And on the following page, again, let's see if it, there we go. More documentation you sent to Fabio regarding vision and other benefits.
Correct.
And this portion at the bottom, does this appear to cover what we just discussed with respect to the life insurance benefits and the AD&D insurance?
Yes,
And the following page, does this appear to be, again, the documentation that you sent to Fabio regarding, as we discussed, the supplemental life insurance, the supplemental accidental death and dismemberment, and the supplemental AT&T benefits you sent him?
correct.
And the bottom half, does that appear to have that same chart that we looked at previously in the documents you sent to Fabio that discussed the 401k managed by Charles Schwab, where you indicated Fabio at age 49 would fall into the 3.5% provision on top of the company match?
Correct.
And the final page of that email, all of the companies that manage the various portions of the benefits and their contact info.
Yes,
So that actually includes phone numbers, emails for MetLife and Charles Schwab, as well as the medical plan.
yes,
So, do we know the grand total of payout on his life insurance policies and everything was? The entire payout for everything. Does anybody know that number yet?
Your Honor, I have another,
He also had
email
something to
chain.
do with
This one is,
stocks and things
2
with the
pages in
business.
length. It has a 26 and 27 in the bottom left corners. May these be marked, please, as People's 97.
Very well.
Showing you the first page. Again, an email from Fabio to one of his beneficiaries, as we saw on the prior documents, Monica Sementilli, at that same email address, palmatimo@hotmail.com. Does this appear to show his elections or enrollment in the benefits that you assisted him with for the 2017 plan year.
Yes, it does.
Not including, including healthcare, but also at the bottom, the basic life insurance of 2 times salary.
Yes.
And on the second page where there's a 27 at the bottom, does this page appear to also cover the basic accidental death and dismemberment, again at 2 times salary, plus the supplemental AD&D at 3 times salary,
Yes.
as well as other types of benefits?
Correct.
So I'm really, I'm highly curious as to what the total payout was.
Now, after your assistance to Fabio to enroll for the 2017 benefits, did you receive some information on January 24th of 2017 that Fabio Sementilli had died?
Yes.
And did you have conversations on January 24th and days thereafter with the local HR reps at Wella in Woodland Hills, being Henry Meyer and Janet Cover?
I did.
And what were you, as the senior benefits manager in New York, were you personally responsible for processing any and all claims that would be made on the life insurance policy for Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And were you also therefore responsible for collecting all documentation to put together a package if a claim were to be made to MetLife for the life insurance benefits?
Yes, I was.
And was a life insurance claim made by the employee Fabio Sementilli's wife, Monica?
Yes.
And when did you receive the documentation indicating that a claim had been made by the defendant, or excuse me, by Monica Sementilli on her husband's life insurance policy?
I believe it was like late January, shortly after he had passed, to share the information for her to fill out.
A document that a set of documents that starts with a life insurance claim form to MetLife. It is 21 pages in length. May it be marked, please, as People's 98.
So marked.
And that was divided amongst all the children, but he also
After
had
receiving the information
he
in
also
late
had some
January
stocks
that
and stuff that they talked the son
wife,
out of
Monica
accepting
Sementilli,
and
had
gave to
made
the
a
sisters,
claim on
which
her
was
husband's life
bullshit.
insurance
And then
policy.
it never
Did
happened
you,
because
uh,
they never mentioned it again.
put
But I thought that
together
was
a
crappy.
package including her claim to send to MetLife for payment?
Yes.
Did that include the claimant's claim form or statement form?
Correct.
Also, did that include a death certificate?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, that's not
employer's
included. Well, the
statement?
property and all that goes to
And
her. She's married
Have
to him.
you ever, or did you ever speak
All of the
with,
house and all that is hers,
Fabio Sementilli's wife, Monica Sementilli?
unless
No.
unless they had it set
That
up
would have been the
differently.
responsibility then of the local reps?
But you're
Correct.
right.
Those conversations were funneling through Henry and Janet.
And so, did you speak with them frequently regarding the status?
I like her
of
glasses,
the
but I wouldn't
life
wear 'em.
insurance claim?
Yes.
Did they contact you on a regular basis regarding the status of Monica Sementilli's claim?
Yes. Inquiring about the payout.
Okay. Does the documents that you submitted back to MetLife not only include what I just mentioned to you, including the death certificate, but also a breakdown of what we saw in prior exhibits of the purchases made by Fabio Sementilli regarding life insurance and the percentages that he applied to his 4 beneficiaries?
Yes.
And did you submit the claim to MetLife after putting all the paperwork together on February 13th of 2017?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Showing you the first page of People's Exhibit 98. Is this the first page of the life insurance claim form that you filled out?
Yes, this is the employer statement.
And the second page, is that also a portion that you filled out
Yes.
as the employer statement?
Yes.
As well as the third page?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the third page, did you identify the dates of the various selections Fabio had made regarding life insurance?
Correct.
And does this go back to a date when he first, since it says 2007?
You're correct,
became an employee
Haley.
of the company?
That's correct. It's his date of hire.
And then did you in the far right column, did you state what the amounts would be of those benefits when you add them up?
Yes.
And on the fourth page, is that your signature?
Yes.
And the next portion of the document, is this the portion of the claim that is filled out by the claimant, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
Correct.
Okay, and this is what was sent to you by Henry and Janet regarding the person who was making the claim on the life insurance policy.
That is correct.
And once a claim such as this is made by one of the claimants or one of the beneficiaries, no other claim has to be made, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever receive a claim from Luigi Sementilli for his father's life insurance?
No.
So the only person that made a claim was in this case, Monica
Yeah,
Sementilli.
I wouldn't
Correct.
rewatch that. I would not rewatch that if I had to. It was brutal.
And then on the last page of the claimant form is that the signature of the claimant along with the date she signed.
Yes.
Okay. And following that, what do we see here in this document?
I believe this is the death certificate.
Okay, and you said that was a portion of the package you had to put together.
Correct.
And the following page again, proof of death certificate
Correct.
from a funeral home.
Yes.
And then the last several pages, those appeared to be similar to what we looked at with respect to the selections Fabio Sementilli made for 2017 in terms of his life insurance and the breakdown where he gave percentages for each of his 4 beneficiaries, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And the main beneficiary of this policy was in fact his wife, correct?
Yes.
She got the largest portion in all of the different sections of the policies he bought.
That is correct.
All right. And those ranged from 40 to 45%, depending on which portion of the policy we're talking about,
Yes.
correct?
That's
Whether we're talking about the AD&D or the basic group life insurance.
correct.
And then on the following page with the supplemental AD&D, we see that, again, she is the main beneficiary, taking 50% of the supplemental AD&D and 40% of the supplemental group life insurance.
Correct.
And the pages after that would be the same documentation that you assisted Fabio in filling out that we saw in exhibits 96 and 97 that he sent to his wife in May and October of 2016.
Yes.
I'm going to object. I call for a conclusion.
Overall.
And as we go through again these pages, it sets out all of the selections that Fabio Sementilli made.
I'm with you,
respect to
Tash.
His enrollment, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then at the back of this set of documentation appears to be the insurance claim form. Again, would this be your email address and phone at the time?
Yes.
And then once you put all of this documentation together, what do you do with it?
It's submitted to MetLife to process.
And once it's submitted to MetLife, is it no longer within your realm of responsibility?
Correct.
Bless you. In terms of your experience handling these type of benefits, including life insurance over the years that you've done this at various companies, does the life insurance company require, in a case where somebody is murdered, that law enforcement also has to weigh in on the before payments made?
Yes, that's a common.
Sustained.
Are you familiar, based on your experience with life insurance, that in certain cases, law enforcement also has to provide information to the insurance company?
Yes.
Did you receive information that, with respect to this particular case, that law enforcement was going to have to weigh in?
Yes, that there would be needed information, more information from them.
And is that referred to sometimes as I think it's called like a Slayer statute?
Similar, I believe. Yeah, that they would need something from a law enforcement official because the death was not natural.
And in those cases, and as in this case, law enforcement has to clear all the beneficiaries?
That's correct.
At some point in time, do you receive, and did you receive, as the senior benefits manager, documentation from MetLife regarding payments that have been made?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have another document. It is titled MetLife. It says Notice of Claim Payment at the top. May it be marked as People's 99.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 99. Is this a document that you received that was sent to you through Cody from MetLife to your attention?
Yes.
And is this document dated July 10th of 2017?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate that 2 checks were paid out from MetLife?
Yes.
One being to Luigi Sementilli and another being to both Jessica and Isabella Sementilli, as is mentioned in the document itself.
That is correct.
Okay. And does this document indicate that payment by MetLife was only made to 3 of the 4 beneficiaries on Fabio Sementilli's policy?
Yes, it does.
And does it also appear to be, in terms of the amounts paid, consistent with the percentages that Fabio Sementilli delegated for his beneficiaries with respect to his life insurance as well as his accidental death and dismemberment policy?
Yes, approximately.
And so here we see that MetLife paid out a total claim of approximately $914,000.
Yeah. Yes.
Your Honor, that mistakes the evidence.
It's overruled.
Out of speculation.
Understand that? It's overruled. Counsel, I need to give the jury a break. Are you almost done on your direct or no?
I am almost done. I only have about 5 minutes, but if you want to take a break, we can always finish after.
5 minutes is fine.
All right.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Was any police report ever filed with you by the LAPD to send to MetLife?
No.
Hey, Miss Candace. How you doing? Thank you for
Based on
hopping in.
the, purchases
Appreciate
that
you.
Fabio Sementilli made in 2016 for the plan year of 2017. Did he, in terms of the supplemental AD&D policy, did Fabio basically max out all of the coverage possible?
He did.
And in terms of the optional life insurance, the supplemental policy that he purchased, that would have been, again, an additional buy-up provision,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
In this case, did
you
determine
rarely see
based
someone
on the
max out.
percentages allotted,
I don't know if
the
y'all are hearing
amount
me, but you rarely
that
see someone
would
max out
be
that kind
owed
of
by the
insurance
life
policy.
insurance to life insurance company MetLife to the spouse, in this case, Monica Sementilli.
Yes.
And what was that amount?
$777,000.
Okay. And was there also, in addition to that, a salary that was being paid for a 6-month period, checks 2 times a month to Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
And so if that was half of his salary, that would be somewhere around gross, maybe 120,000.
Approximately, yes.
So if we were to add all of that together, we would be talking somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe a little more than $877,000.
Yes.
And would that include any other policies, or let's say if there was an international stock option plan or something of that nature?
No.
No, that would be separate.
Okay. So that would be on top of the $877,000.
Correct.
Yep.
Would that include, let's say, the value of his airline mileage?
No.
Nope.
Would that include any vehicle or vehicle loan?
No.
Would that include a
No,
permanent residence?
really, you know
Would
that.
that include any bank accounts or stock options through the company?
No.
Hello.
And in addition
Redundant
to
much?
the salary that you were responsible for paying out for the 6 months after Fabio's death, was Cody, through you, also paying for health insurance for his spouse Monica as well as his daughters for the 6 months following
Nothing.
his
She
death?
did nothing
Yes.
on him. He did all of it himself. Rachel.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Oh, this woman, she didn't pay for any insurance. He did it all himself. And he got the most you could get. He didn't just go with a little. He didn't just go with the lower, he went with the most that you could get. Which is not a shocker to me. Let me see if I can zoom. This woman, I think this woman's going to be on the stand most of the day. Yeah, they're at a long break then.
Candidate here to sub employed by code.
Okay. Looks like we're coming to cross.
Thank you.
It always happens when I get up here. Are you the one of the ones who had to fly in?
Yes, from New
Okay.
Jersey.
Safe flight back.
Thank you.
So basically, you were the maven, the one really in
She
charge of
she
all
was a
of
kept
the
woman for
benefits
17 years until she got
for
bored
the
and
company.
started acting like
That
a
is correct.
And the company
neighborhood
was
hike.
Wella
Yep.
eventually?
It was Cody.
Cody.
We
I
purchased
love that
Willow.
neighborhood
Okay.
bike. Everyone got to
And that-
ride.
And P&G was a parent company?
I
Yes,
like
well, it
that.
was owned by
Tash,
Okay.
you talking
So
trash, and I love
You're
it.
no longer employed by Cody?
Correct.
At the time then, did you work with anyone else in terms of providing benefits, negotiating benefits, anything of that nature?
So I had at the time 2 direct reports who supported me, and in terms of like negotiating prices, we had brokers and consultants that helped with that.
And did any of them work on the matters involving, or this case involving Fabio Sementilli?
No.
So for all the information that we want or are trying to gain concerning his benefits, you're the one.
Yes.
Okay. You
You're
moved
the
out
one.
here about the same time that he transferred here as well?
No, I'm based in New Jersey. I worked in the New York office.
Okay. But he came out to California for a purpose you knew.
I didn't.
I'm sorry. I'll allow it.
He transferred from Canada here to Southern California. Is that correct?
So he came from P&G and I was Cody, so I didn't necessarily know all of that employment history because he was Heritage P&G and I was not.
Okay, so when did you first come in contact with Fabio Sementilli?
At the benefits education seminar we held in Woodland Hills.
Okay. And this benefits education seminar, was that just for Fabio Sementilli or was it for other employees
It was for the entire location.
here in Southern California?
Correct.
About how many individuals are we talking about?
1,000.
Approximately.
50 to 100
I don't know.
approximately, if memory serves.
And the purpose of this was to educate them about the benefits that were available from Cody?
Yes, the benefits were changing from P&G to Cody to, from Wella to Cody to show the benefits we were offering.
And either they would be accepted or the individuals had a right, I assume, not to continue to work for Cody.
Right. Well, you could enroll or not enroll if you didn't like the coverage.
So this was a standard procedure.
Yes.
Okay. After the seminar, was there a certain period of time that the employees had to make their decision as to what benefits they wanted to enroll in and what they didn't?
There's usually a formal open enrollment period for about 2 weeks, and I believe it usually runs in the October-November timeframe.
Okay, this is 2016?
This is 2016.
Okay. And are you aware of how long it was before Fabio Sementilli made his decisions concerning his selections?
I do not.
Okay. Where would those, how would he make those decisions? Would it be something he would fill out or orally tell someone or what?
It was online.
Okay. And for what period did, and I'll stick to Mr. Sementilli, what period did he have, how much time to make those decisions?
It's usually 2 weeks.
Okay. And if you don't make them within 2 weeks, I assume you find out what's going on.
Yeah, it's either you default to certain coverage or you have no coverage if you don't take any action.
I say you have to take action in 2 weeks to not risk losing the coverage that is being offered.
Correct.
And this coverage was different than the coverage that had been given prior to this time.
Yes.
And without getting too subjective, I assume, can you tell us, was it better coverage?
It depended. We called it, there were some wins and there were some losses. So some benefits were richer and some were not as rich as what they had.
Would you be able to tell us basically which ones those involved?
No, I don't.
Did it have to do with health coverage, dental coverage, that thing, or was it more IRS? IRA. He had an IRA. Is that correct?
So we didn't offer IRAs, but the HR, the benefits team looked at everything holistically. So it would have been, was medical better under P&G?
I'll be right
Was
back.
dental better under P&G, but I don't remember the specifics of which benefits were better or worse.
Were all the benefits different than had been in effect prior to this time?
I believe so. Some may have been the same. I believe so.
All right. Now, some of the benefits that were being offered could be increased based on whether he wanted it to be 1 time or 2 time or 3 times his salary, things of that nature.
That is correct.
And for what benefits did that apply?
There were buy-up or supplemental options on life insurance and accidental death and dismemberment, which is AD&D.
Okay. And in the terms of speaking specifically of Mr. Sementilli, he decided to increase his coverage. Am I correct? When it came to the basic life insurance as well as the accidental and dismemberment.
Correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, you were shown documents that indicated that under basic life, he wanted 2 times his annual salary.
Yes.
And that came to $444,000.
That is correct.
He could have gone up to 3 times his annual salary.
I believe that there was an option for 3 times.
All right. He chose the 2 times.
Yes,
Okay. And that's a buy-in, is that right?
that's correct. He was paying for that coverage.
Okay. Just like you would pay for life insurance yourself.
Right. Out of his paycheck, he was paying the premium on
Okay.
it.
And then there was supplemental life. Was there any increase in that?
He, I believe, enrolled at 2 times supplemental life.
Okay. And again, had to buy in
Yes,
and could have done 3 times.
I believe so. I'd have to look at the maximums.
And in terms of the AD&D, the accidental death and dismemberment,
2 times.
and could have done 3 times.
I believe so.
Now, on the form I'm looking at, and I'm not going to show you the same forms over again unless it's necessary or you need something to refresh your memory. These are, it says on the left side, terminated. What does that mean?
Does it say terminated and there's a date?
You want, I'm gonna check and ask what document Constance is referring to.
You're going to actually identify the document, counsel, please.
I'm referring to the document which documents the insurance that was being offered, and
Well, there's been items that have been marked. Is this 99 you're referring to, or is it something else that's?
They all have an exhibit number at the bottom.
I will find it.
Thank you.
With the help of my. Okay. Let me see if I can do this without messing it up. You see what is marked as Exhibit 95?
Yes.
Okay. On the left side, it talks about terminated.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's the status of his coverage was terminated. If it was active, it would have said active. So he no longer had benefits at this point.
And this is what he was signing up for, is the new benefits. Is that right?
Yeah, so on the right, the effective date of the coverage is January 1st, 2017, and the expiration date is July 31st, which is why the status is terminated. His benefits terminated effective July 31st.
And what does the July 31st, 2017 date mean?
So that was the date Cody had made a provision to continue benefits for a 6-month period to Monica and the family. So that's 6 months is from January, terminating the end of the 6-month period, July 31st.
Was that after his death?
Yes.
Okay. So normally the period of the new benefits would last how long?
So for an employee that passed away, not in this manner, or somebody who terminated, I believe they terminated at the end of the month in which the event happened.
Let me start first with when Fabio and the other employees chose their new benefits, if they wished. For what period would those benefits be in effect before they'd have to reapply or change or have an option to change it in any way?
So they'd be in effect for the entire year.
Okay. So in this case, normally, upon the death of an employee, all of the benefits, including salary and so forth, health care, everything that we've talked about here, would terminate after a month.
Yes.
Is that correct? And that was of some concern you learned from Mrs. Sementilli.
I'm going to check calls through hearsay and speculation. Also, since that's not helpful.
So, no, excuse me, counsel. I'm gonna overrule. If you know, you may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You became aware that was a concern of Mrs. Sementilli, that these benefits were going to run out after 1 month.
From what I recall, there was concern of caring for the family because of what had happened for an extended period of time or some period of time. So my understanding is HR proposed keeping them active for 6 months as opposed to ending them at the end of the month, which is what would have happened.
And how did you learn that?
I believe it was Henry, local HR, and my manager at the time was involved in those discussions. And I had to implement it on the benefit side to make sure nothing terminated.
Those decisions were not up to you?
No.
Okay. And you were aware that Mr. Meyer and others from the company had actually been at the home of Fabio Sementilli shortly after his death?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you became aware of this concern with healthcare and so forth, you ended up being informed by Mr. Meyer, I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, or by someone else about the change in policy?
I'm not sure.
You said you advocated for a change in the normal policy where the benefits would run out after 1 month.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
That misstates the evidence. That misstates the evidence. It was not this witness, Mr. Levine.
In any event, at some point you learned that the policy of Cody was going to be changed.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you learn that?
My manager had, I believe, been in a meeting with Henry and others and said this was the direction we were going in to extend the benefits and pay.
Were you part of that decision?
No.
Okay. But this clearly was a new policy of Cody that had not been in effect before.
That is correct.
If it had not been in effect, then all of the dental care, medical coverage, salary, and so forth would have stopped after 1 month.
Right. At the end of the month. So if it happened in January, it would have been January 31st.
So if the murder took place on the 23rd, it would have run out in about 8 days.
Correct.
Okay. How was Mrs. Sementilli informed of that, if you know?
Those
Again, speculation and hearsay.
Asked if she knew. Thank you, Your Honor. So were there any other changes that were made in terms of the policy payouts?
none that
following-
I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, there was a procedure that was to be followed to make claims for insurance, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this procedure had to be done, a lot of the things had to be done by the one claiming the insurance. Is that right?
Right. It was a shared responsibility between the employer and the claimant.
And how did Cody, if you know, provide the claimant with the information on how to make a claim?
I believe the information was emailed to Henry to share with Monica to fill out her portion.
And one of the other persons on the list of beneficiaries was Luigi Sementilli
Yes.
as well. Did you know who he was?
Not until Fabio passed.
Okay. So Luigi Sementilli was one of the beneficiaries. Is that correct?
Yes.
And along with Monica, her 2 children were beneficiaries as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know that they were minors at the time?
I don't believe I knew their ages. Perhaps after he passed, I knew he had 2 young children.
And how much time did a claimant have to fill out a claim form and submit it to be timely and to be considered by MetLife?
I'm not sure the deadline to return the information.
You weren't involved in supplying that information to the claimant.
That's correct.
You just know what the amounts were.
Right. And to get the information back.
Okay. Now, in terms of these choices and so forth that were made by Fabio Sementilli, these choices were available for all employees at
Yes,
Cody. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And that was the purpose of the group seminar. Is that right?
That's right.
The only thing that was different was the change in the salary and so forth,
Yeah, and
and
then
medical coverage and
right, what was different, but it was the same benefits offered to all employees. No changes or no differences.
do you know which parties made claims on the policy for Fabio Sementilli?
The only claimant statement I processed was Monica's.
Do you know which ones were paid?
I believe Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella received payouts.
And would you know the dates of those payouts?
Not without seeing them confirm.
Are you aware that Luigi's payout was the first one paid out?
Sustained.
Do you know when the children's payout occurred?
I do not.
At the time, were you aware at some point that Monica Sementilli was arrested in this case?
Yes.
And did that affect your role in benefits and in monitoring the benefit payouts?
Other than just knowing that would add the police report to what's required for the application, but otherwise the claim was just in process.
Now, the police report, were you aware at the time of Fabio's death that because it was a murder, that there had to be some police report filed with MetLife before the insurance, for instance, for Monica Sementilli was paid?
Generally, that's the standard practice when something like this happens. The insurance company needs information from law enforcement.
And had you dealt with that before in your role as a benefits manager, or was this the first time you had come across that?
This is the first time I've
And how were
directly
you?
been involved.
Your Honor, if the witness can finish her answers before counsel interrupts her.
Very good.
Thank you. How were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the part before?
How
that?
were you aware of the requirements in a case such as this of a police report?
I believe MetLife may have indicated, because we were getting questions on the status of the payment, so inquiring on why it was delayed, it was relayed that we needed more information.
Okay, and did you know what information was more information that was needed?
I think it was just the police report or police.
I'm sorry, I
some
forgot
sort
to
of
put me back
documentation.
on. I've been sitting here listening.
Did you have any role in seeking that report or in speaking?
Thank you
up
for
the
hopping in,
process?
Toxic, and see Wolf. Welcome
So-
in.
Was that communicated to, do you know, to Monica Sementilli?
It was probably communicated to Henry, who was local HR at the time. Whether or not it went to Monica, I'm not sure.
And at some point, you became aware that there was some concern on the part of Mrs. Sementilli as to the life insurance not being paid out because there was no police report.
Yeah, I know.
I
she was
totally
looking for the
understand,
life insurance
Toxic, and we're here
proceeds.
for you in
Okay.
any way. Prayers,
Just the
whatever.
same proceeds that the children
Sneaky
and
Ada.
Luigi were getting.
Correct.
Okay. And got.
Oops, I'm eating on
Yes,
screen
and
again.
receipts.
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back.
Did you take any steps to try to determine what the delay was?
No,
Why not?
it's really not in my roles and responsibilities. My job is just to fill out the claim, complete the claim, and then inquire as to the status of the delay. But I wouldn't normally get involved in something like that to push it along.
Did you have any communications with MetLife as to what they were waiting for?
I believe it was just the status that they needed.
You're gonna be
something
okay,
from
Haley.
Law enforcement, but nothing more specific than that. That was what was holding up the claim.
Did you make any further inquiries of
It
MetLife
is gonna
as
go
time
well.
went on?
No, they
And
were
you're
the
gonna heal
administrator
quicker
of
than
the
you think you are.
policy, so
And as far as you know, that claim was never made.
as
That
far as I
payment
know,
was never made.
correct.
Yeah, once they find her guilty, then the
When
payment can be made to the
Fabio
kids.
Sementilli moved here to Los Angeles. You said you became acquainted with him and with the family and the
Objection, again, Your Honor, mistake the evidence, wrong witness.
Counsel, let him ask the question.
Did you become familiar at all with Mr. Sementilli
No,
before his death?
no.
Okay, then I apologize.
Wow. The judge is like, counsel, let her ask. Let him ask the question.
At some point, do you know if a list of the benefits,
And she's thinking, but Your Honor, you can't put the ship back on the horse. I can't. I'm trying to keep the ship from coming out. I just had a bad visual.
that Fabio Sementilli had sought was provided to Monica Sementilli after his death?
I believe there was a list, again, local HR put together to provide to Monica.
It depends.
To show all of the coverages.
Everybody heals at a different
I
rate,
had
baby boo.
awareness of that, yes.
And that would include the coverages that you talked about here?
Yes, I believe
Girl,
so.
y'all been through it.
And do you know when she was first notified about the
Okay, baby Evelyn didn't, that one is offline for the day, right? But yes, we played it this morning. They kind of reached a legal kind of a snag part of it in late, and the best I can say. The best I can say is 7:30 a.m. tomorrow. Oh gee gads. The best way I can put it is this. The defense is they're treading on testimony. Oh God, how do I put this? It's like the defense trying to get testimony in and without putting her on the stand so they can't cross-examine. In the way they're questioning, I believe. I think it came up as a hearsay question, but then they realized there's a bigger conundrum than that. And the fact is that yeah, the judge is going to have to watch a 2-hour video of an interview. That's right. So he sent them back to the hotel. They haven't even gone to the hotel yet. Apparently they were allowed to go home over the weekend or last night. And then they got all their luggage and everything. And so they are now sequestered. They were taken back to the hotel. They are now, will have dinner together at some restaurant, undisclosed. I'm like, yeah, right. As soon as you see 12 people walking in with a sheriff, you know who that is. And then you have but there is a very fine line of questioning that can come across as coming across as I don't know, it's a legal conundrum. But something along the lines of it's like getting in testimony that you cannot cross on. The best way I can put it. I'm not a lawyer. doing the best I can on that one. I might go and watch somebody else who is a lawyer and find out for myself what all that entails. But right now, they are adjourned till tomorrow morning, 7:30 my time, Central Standard Time. This judge does not. And in fact, within the first few minutes of the defense's opening, within the first few minutes of the defense's opening, a camera accidentally flashed from the court photographer. And he told her, she's young, you could tell by her voice, I thought I had it set off. And that's kind of what she said. It was set on off. And he goes, listen, I see another flash in here. I don't care who. It's 10 days in jail, contempt of court. Do you hear me? You interrupted and you were a distraction. 10 days. If I see another flash, I'm like, damn, I've been in a situation where you didn't want to flash because you can get in trouble. So what did I do? I taped that baby. I taped over the flash. I taped it down. I did everything I could. So even if it tried to flash, it wasn't going to flash. It's possible. It is possible. No. What's today? Okay. It is highly possible. It does seem harsh, but he ain't messing around. Just saying. See, he wouldn't like me because my flash, when it alerts, my phone flashes to alert. So if I was sitting in his courtroom, I would have to turn that off. Yeah, there's a lot of things. He told witness bond he needed to be there every day except for Sunday. So that's what I presumed. And they're sequestered. So that's what I presumed. Yep. That's what I presume. Yep. Hey, Crystal. I just want to say thank all of you guys for being here today. I greatly appreciate it. Please do the likey and put up I liked so you guys can be in the drawing. It is functioning. Yes, future, you're right. But in all honesty, sometimes flashes can go off even though you're not supposed to go off. So if I was threatened with 10 days in jail, honey boo boo, I'd be going buying me some black electrician's tape and I'd be covering the crap out of that. Oh, yeah. Or I wouldn't do it. I'd go back to my boss and said, I'm not going to risk it. It accidentally happened. This is what he said. So somebody else can do this. I'm not going to do this. They're talking 3 weeks sequestered. He's told them to plan for 3 weeks. Yeah. Kind of much. And again, if you got 12 kids at home, it might be a nice relief.
Company that would allow her to collect.
Please let me know how the sound is.
Salary for 6 months.
I need to know if it's too loud. I need some feedback.
Did you have to perform any tasks to put that into effect?
I believe it was just updating the policy. So when we did it, it was the policy going forward. So I was responsible for updating the policy and then just making sure the coverage did not terminate prior to the 6 months.
You spoke frequently with human resources people concerning the life insurance processing. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you said Henry Meyer was one of those individuals?
that's correct.
Was Janet Cover, COVER, another one?
Yes.
And again, this was to see what the delay had been or was
Right.
in the payment of the insurance policy for Monica Sementilli. Is
That's
that
correct.
Did you actually receive a document indicating a claim had been made by her on February 13th, 2017?
It's overruled.
I believe that's the claimant statement for the life insurance application, the life insurance payout. Yes.
And again, that was the normal process in order to obtain the proceeds that he had paid for.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you aware of what was necessary to include in that claim?
Yes.
And what was that?
The employer statement, the claimant statement, and typically a death certificate.
And when you say the employer statement, what would that be?
So that would be who's the deceased, what coverages did they have, date of hire, where did they reside, things like that.
Wouldn't MetLife already know that?
Probably not, because there's no information relaying to them directly other than through the employer affirming that information.
So when Fabio chose, for instance, the 2-time salary as opposed to the 3 times and other choices, with Weller, was that communicated at all to MetLife?
The only time MetLife would be notified is if there was a claim about to be processed.
So in advance, I assume that your company had permission to offer whatever amounts that MetLife would be willing to cover. Is that correct?
Well, the contract or the amounts he enrolled in were the allowed amounts that the company agreed upon to be offered to all employees.
Okay. So the total amount of life insurance in this case that was due as a result of the death of Fabio Sementilli was approximately $1,691,000, correct?
Yes.
And of that amount, half of that went to his children. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe based on the beneficiary designations.
Actually, only 45% was for his spouse. Is
Yes,
that right?
That is correct.
And 55% was for the children.
Yes.
I love Bristol. If I could get up there, I'd be going
You
to
know
trial.
how much,
I wish I
Fabio
could get to
Sementilli's
Pigeon
salary
Forge,
was
but I
on
just
the
can't.
weekend?
Not in
I
June.
believe it was between.
I wanna go, but I
200 and
can't.
222,000.
Do you know how much was paid out to Monica Sementilli pursuant to the new policy of the company?
Nothing.
What about the salary
Oh,
for
I'm
6
sorry.
months?
About half of that. So
Okay.
about 100,000.
And was that paid out monthly like it would be with a normal salary if he had been alive?
It was paid bi-monthly because that was our pay frequency. I'm sorry, semi-monthly to get paid twice a month. Yes.
And for how long, if you know, was that salary in effect?
6 months.
And had he lived, was that a salary that was a yearly salary, which would then be readjusted or negotiated? How long was the contract, if you know?
His salary would have lasted through that year, and there would have been a process next year to do increases on an annual basis.
And is it safe to say, based on his background and information you had, that salary was increasing every year?
I think that's safe to assume, yes.
He was a valued employee.
Yes.
And as far as you know, one of the best employees of the company had.
He had a very good reputation.
And his future was bright as far as you felt.
Yes.
Which means that each year he would have received a larger and larger salary in all
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustain.
I was wondering when
Each
she was
year
going to
would there have
object.
been, a new negotiating period for all the
Hi, Virginia
benefits and salary of the employees, such as Mr. Sementilli.
Hello,
The
love.
benefits piece, and that's, yes, we looked
Well,
at the
thank
benefits
you.
each
I
year.
wondered
As
where
far as,
you
like, the
were.
compensation or the salary process, that's probably a question for Henry or Janet. They handled that locally.
Yeah, but what
Very
about the
well.
bonuses? This is
But
salary.
at
He
the
also
end
got
of the year,
bonuses.
would there be another seminar type situation where the parties would be told what the new benefits package
Yes.
would be?
Yes, That was typical.
And then that could be changed, increased, whatever the employee
Yes.
wanted.
That's correct.
And he could have chosen to increase his insurance to 3 times his
Yeah.
salary.
I think she only got about 100,000 because that was his
Anytime did you
paycheck
meet with
for
Monica
half a year.
Sementilli concerning any of the benefits, life insurance or any other benefits that were due
And
to
trips
Fabio
and all of
following
that
his
stuff,
death?
I
yes.
did not.
At any time prior to his death, did you meet with Monica Sementilli before he made final decisions as to the life insurance, the beneficiaries, and so forth?
No.
Is it fair to say that he did not have to leave 55% of his life insurance to his children?
Those were his elections that he made.
Okay. Was there a minimum, and if this is not your area of expertise, please let us know. I know
Sure.
this community property and all sorts of issues. Is there a minimum percent that he had to leave have dedicated to his wife?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
No,
when
he could have left
sent
all or
back the
none.
form, the
That's his
amounts,
wishes.
percentages he had, as far as you know, were proper if he wanted to have those percentages.
Yes, it would have reflected his choices.
And had his choices been leaving more percentage to his wife, that would have been fine as well.
Yes.
You at that time, operating on behalf of the company, didn't have any rules or policies as to the limit that he could leave of his policy or the percentage that had to be given to his wife or his children.
No, that was the employee's discretion.
Did you know what his benefit package was prior to
Well, he wasn't just a hairdresser at that point.
the move and the
He
company
was
taking
very
over
famous in
and
the
so forth?
I
hairdressing
didn't.
world.
Your
He was
job is
like
just
a
to move on with the new company.
Right. to
hairdressing
transition them
star.
To the new benefit.
He used to have clinics. He used to go and teach and do demos and everything for a company that provided hair care. So if you become well known for hair color, sometimes these Biolage or some of these companies will hire you to go to seminars and teach on how to use their product. And they pay well. But you got to be
If I
way
ask
up
you this,
there.
Please forgive me. I'm sure I'll be advised.
I'm
But
sure you will.
Do you know what amounts were eventually paid out?
Not without looking at the confirmation statement. Roughly, it was the 2 times his salary for the benefits.
And were you aware that the children did not receive their life insurance until after her arrest?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustain.
Your Honor, if I could put on the screen exhibit 99. Of course.
I love my peeps who get all this cool information. I would assume it would be more than $29K a year considering the expenses and everything and how pricey California is. I would be surprised it wasn't more. I could see that from where I live. Really could. Hairdressers don't get what they deserve. My hairdresser, I tell you what, when she tells somebody with my hair like mine, $400 for full color, let me tell you, she earns every penny. 5 hours standing on her feet, not including the cost of all the product and everything else. They pay for everything. People don't realize that unless you work for a company that pays you hourly, you pay for everything and it's expensive.
Yes. Confirmation of the payment made.
And what about when they occurred?
Date. The ones that at the bottom.
Okay, so it does show the amounts paid to Luigi of 259,000. You see that?
Yes.
Jessica, 327,151.
I thought Luigi got more than the girls did.
Correct?
Yes.
But as far as when the payment was
Why
made
did he
to
get less?
Luigi and when it was made to Jessica and Isabella, without seeing another document, he would not be able to.
Right, I'm not aware of when.
I thought he got paid more than the girls. That's over $900,000. That's right at $1 million.
May I approach the witness?
Again, you can vote without permission.
Oh, y'all, I take care of my hairdresser when she does my hair, y'all. I take good care of my hairdresser as best I can. I may not be able to tip $1 million, but I tip as best I can.
She knew to refreshing recollection of something she might not
Um,
have known.
Well,
Takes
I don't
good
know what
care of
this is
me.
showing. Maybe you can approach and tell me.
You know, I just feel that it's important to take care of them. I mean, my head is in their hands. You got to trust them. You don't get the tipping and services like that? Okay. I tip because, well, if you're the owner operator, which she is, I do normally don't tip. But when they do an impeccable job, all of this color is laid in by her and it doesn't look chunky. It's good. And she never complains. She takes really good care of me. She pampers me while I'm there. She does it.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
She
but
goes above and
are there
beyond
not documents
the
that you
average
reviewed
Joe. I will
that
tip
would
her
tell you the dates that the claims were paid?
It's
because
possible
she's
at the
spending
top
extra
that,
time with me that
payment
she could be getting with somebody
sheet,
else.
There may have been at the top, the date the checks were issued.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you.
And she never complains at all about
I'm gonna show you
working
what
with me. And I'm
is
deaf and
between-
she's very cautious.
Don't say
She
anything
works
about
with
it, just tell me if you've ever
communication.
seen that document before.
She just does everything
I
she can to
don't
make me
believe
feel
I've seen
comfortable.
this one.
She's amazing.
It
But
doesn't look familiar.
I know that she does not
That
expect
would
me
not
to tip
refresh your
her.
memory as to when the payments were
When she
made?
did my
I don't
hair,
believe I've seen this before, just based on some of the information. This is new. I'm seeing it for the first time.
when she did my hair for my sister's funeral last minute and did such an amazing job and was very kind and treated me like a queen and all of that, I'm going to give her a tip.
Machine Promo Exhibit 99.
Yes, the price does cover the product.
Yes.
That's why it costs so much.
Left side or in the middle, it's got the three names.
She used
Luigi, Jessica, and
3
Isabella.
times the product on my hair that she does anybody
It's got
else's.
the amounts. Would that indicate the amounts that were paid?
Yes.
And it's got.
I don't know. We're a little
date at the
behind.
top right. You
We're
see
behind
that?
Elsie Wu.
It says
Sorry.
7/10/2017.
Yes.
And it says, what does that date indicate?
I would assume that.
And they have to keep getting education and continuing credit.
Now, were you aware
When we get
that
to the lunchtime, we'll zoom.
Monica Sementilli was arrested and charged in this
Oh,
case
okay.
in,
Well, it's
June
3:59
of,
Central.
2017?
Yes.
The dates that checks were issued according to Exhibit 99 is in July.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not those checks were issued to the individuals personally on that list? We'll start with Luigi Sementilli. Do you know if his check was mailed to him or supplied to him?
I believe it.
Check again, Your Honor, it calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know?
I don't know. I can't speak affirmatively.
And do you know whether or not there was a trustee involving the checks to the children because of the fact that this was a criminal case that was filed?
I did not have. No knowledge.
So you have no knowledge as to when the children themselves may have received any of those funds.
Just based on the date approximately, that was all I know.
And when it says paid, that means a check was issued to somebody for those amounts,
I would
correct?
assume, yes,
Whether or not there was any intermediaries, you wouldn't know.
that's correct.
Yes, I think they do get put in a trust until they're of age, or they have somebody that monitors all that. But
Did
yes,
you find out that Fabio Sementilli had been murdered?
I believe when it happened, the local HR office, I believe it was Henry or Janet, reached out to let us know, and they had asked for critical support for the employees who were very distraught and upset.
I bet they
What
were.
was your reaction?
Awful, tragic.
You had always had good relationships with him?
I really never met him outside of just that the email exchange and at the group benefit sessions.
You knew his reputation.
I
though,
did.
And I assume it was excellent that
Yes.
you referred.
Yeah.
What is RSU?
Restricted stock units.
Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
So that's on benefits. That's more of a compensation question. That's Henry and Janet.
Okay, so that wasn't part
No.
of the benefits that you were in charge with.
That's correct.
What about stock options? You know what a stock option is?
Same answer. That was it's compensation related, so it was local HR. I was just doing the income replacement medical benefits. Local HR was handling the more of the compensation continuity, including stocks.
So again, just briefly, which benefits then would you be in charge of?
Health, medical, dental, and then retirement.
And the retirement benefits?
Not investments.
Those were paid in this case, I assume?
So the only retirement I had purview to was his 401k. I don't know the status of his account.
So you don't know if that was liquidated or not?
I don't.
Is that something that could remain in effect even after the death of the individual?
Typically, if the balance is above a certain threshold, it can remain with the record keeper, with the administrator.
And you don't know what occurred in this case?
I don't.
It could still be in his name.
It's possible.
Did you have any, was there any negotiating that went on between you and Fabio Sementilli regarding any of the new benefits that were being offered by the company?
No.
So he just had to fill out the form and return it to you?
Employees went online to make their selections, right? So he would have gone online and submitted his selections for the 2017 year.
And they would go to you?
I would see them in the system if I needed to confirm anything.
Was there a procedure whereby an employee, either he or anyone else, could have contacted you and tried to negotiate a different amount or a different benefit?
No.
So this was a take it or leave it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Except for the amounts that he wanted to contribute or pay for a different policy or a better policy or so forth.
That's correct.
And that's when we got into the 2 times versus 3 times?
Yes.
What about in the healthcare field? Was there just one healthcare provider or policy that was being offered?
I believe we had 2 medical plans that employees could choose from.
And he chose one of the 2, is that correct? Do you know if it was the better one or not?
They were all equally of equal value.
Okay. It was just personal.
Exactly. Personal preference or choice.
And different companies.
It may have been the same carrier. I'm not sure. It's been a while.
Okay. One had the gold plan and one had the silver plan.
Right.
And this included medical and dental.
That's correct.
And for the wife and the children.
Yes.
And was there a limit to how long the policy would be in effect for the children based on their age?
Age 26. Dependents age out.
Did you know for a fact that the salary of
Bye, Haiti Mouse.
Fabio's
Thank you for
salary
your
was
blessings.
paid out over a period of the 6 months, or do you know if it was stopped?
I don't know if it was stopped. I know it at least commenced at the time we made the decision on the policy.
Okay. And you don't know, you were aware at some point of the arrest of Monica Sementilli, is that right?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Did you take any steps at that point regarding the salary to be continued or not to be continued?
No, the only part I had in that was my manager informed me we were changing the policy. So to update the policy and just to make sure that none of the benefits terminated earlier than the 6 months that we agreed upon.
You were changing the health policies?
Yes, so I don't know, but the policy may still exist that if something like this happens again, we would treat an employee the same way.
But health and dental and so forth remain in effect for 6 months?
That's correct.
For the children and for her?
Yeah, everybody he had covered under the plan.
I'm still perplexed why the girls got more
Were you
than his
ever,
son.
following the.
I
let me
thought
ask you
he
this,
was
at
to get
any
more,
time
unless it's
during
that
the
part that
pendency
he
of this case, were you ever interviewed
that they
by
were
the
asking to give to the
police or
girls.
detectives who were in charge of the investigation?
I believe initially I spoke to a detective Tellis around the time Monica was arrested.
And was that just one interview?
Yes,
And without
Not
going
where I
into the
live, they're
details,
all
did you
old.
basically relay
You're
the
just working every
information that you've relayed to
Friday,
yes.
Saturday,
anything
like a dog,
different?
Not that I
because they want their
recollect.
hair done for church.
You had not met Monica personally?
That's correct, no.
Anything you knew about her reactions following the death of her husband would have been based on what
It may
someone-
very well be
Correct.
because he's older.
What about with the district attorney's office? Did you ever meet with any of the district attorneys in this case concerning Fabio and Monica?
Yes,
And who did you meet with?
Beth.
Okay. And about how many times?
Maybe 4 to 5.
And phone conversations?
Yes,
All right. I assume that many of those or some of those had to do with scheduling.
what kind of scheduling?
When you would be
Oh, yes.
available to
Yes.
testify and so forth.
Yes, correct.
Apart from that, were you ever interviewed concerning any of the facts of the case concerning Fabio Sementilli, what you've testified here today, or any other question?
No.
Were you asked whether or not you had ever met or seen Fabio?
Other than here, no.
So nothing of any detail that you haven't relayed to us today.
That's correct.
Good answer, my dear. Good answer.
How
It may have been
closely
because
did
he
you
was
work
older.
with Mr. Meyer, specifically regarding this case involving Monica obviously Fabio Sementilli.
We worked fairly close together, mainly around the status of the life insurance and what was holding it up. And I think those were the main questions where we were interacting.
And did he contact you inquiring about what was holding it up, or did you contact him, or how did that work?
It may have been both. He was reaching out on behalf of Monica to see the status. And if I knew the status or an update I could give him, I would have reached out to him.
Monica Boo, you were being
Anytime
charged
did
with
you find out
unaliving.
what
You
the
ain't
status
getting nothing unless
Just
you're
that it was
cleared.
not being paid,
Okay.
absent the law enforcement information.
So you learned that it was law enforcement that was holding it up. Is that right?
Yes,
Was that communicated to you by law enforcement or by MetLife or by both?
I believe MetLife.
At that point, I assume you indicated this was beyond your control.
Yes,
It is beyond her
And did you
control.
inform Monica of that?
I did not speak to her directly, but it may have been informed through Henry or Janet.
You want to live your husband or have him unalived, you ought to know there's going to be a deep investigation, especially when he has a $1.6 million
So I take it you
Um,
took no steps
in life
to
insurance.
speed up the process, you just found out what the reason was.
That's correct.
And who was that relayed to?
The status of the life insurance would
Yes.
probably have been relayed to most likely Henry or Janet.
Okay. They were the ones who were having direct communications with.
Correct. Yes.
Can I have 1 minute, John?
Oh, poor baby girl.
The claim process involved the preparation of a claim form. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us how detailed that claim form was?
It's fairly detailed on the employer side. Like I said, it was the employee's name, address, the coverages he had, the effective date of the coverages, amounts of coverage. Going off of memory, that's what I recollect on the form.
And what about the claim form to be filled out by the claimant, in this case, Monica Sementilli?
The only piece I recall is just like indicative data, like address and things like that, because I just put it together. I didn't really look at her piece of it just to get the claim paid.
It did require a death certificate,
Yes.
correct? And was a death certificate obtained at some point?
Yes,
And included with the claim form?
correct.
Do you recall anything else about the claim form that would stand out?
No, it was just a, typical
Standard claim
standard
form?
process. Yes.
Okay. And that would include just the amount that was due,
Yes,
the death certificate, and the parties that were making the claim.
that's
Is that right?
correct.
Is that the same with Luigi Sementilli?
Luigi did not submit a claimant statement. It only came from Monica.
How did he get paid then?
He got paid by MetLife, and I would assume there's information when they're paying the beneficiaries to confirm the beneficiary designation, but that was nothing I sent.
And do you know if he had a
I could have sworn he said something about them having to send the death certificate, but Monica may have been the one to send it. I don't think he personally sent it in, but
Take
he,
this opportunity to break for lunch. We'll be recessed until 1:30. The evidence applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else, or form express any opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
this judge is no nonsense. I appreciate that. Okay, let's zoom because I think they're back. Yes, I am beating. Oh. And I'm slipping down in my chair. I'm doing everything is all messed up. Oh. Got to get resituated. Get my beads put away. I dropped a few. Let me- They haven't been back too long, have they? Okay, let's go back. And here we go.
Appears as Sementilli, defendant is present, all counsel present, jury, and alternates are present. So I got another late update. It's the situation outside. It's the same as the last couple of days. Be careful. If anything happens, I'll let you know. But right now, it's business as usual.
They have picketers.
Under oath, and
They got
continues.
picketers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rakovic.
Good afternoon.
A couple more questions.
Sure.
The new policy that went into effect that you talked about, if it had not gone into effect, when would it have expired?
The benefits for 2017.
Yes.
But I'll counsel to ask this.
Thank you.
Those benefits would have expired at the end of the year, so 12/31/2017.
Okay. And when officially did the new policy go into effect?
January 1st, 2017.
Same time.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Honor. I have nothing further.
Anything from other people?
Here we go to her voice again.
reminded of something. The new policy allowed them to stay on the health plans,
The children?
the children and Monica Sementilli, and to get his salary, correct?
Hear the question, please. Finish the question.
And his salary, correct?
It is. This has been asked many times.
Okay, then let me ask this. If it went into effect in January, how were they able to, are you saying it went into effect the previous January? Or the coming January?
You mean the 6 months of continued benefits and salary?
Yes.
So that went into effect January 1st and continued through July 31st. And then it would have expired and the coverage would have terminated for Monica and the children.
Right, but then a new policy went into effect so she could be paid his salary and the benefits would continue.
Objection, cumulative.
I think council just is under misunderstanding. I'm going to allow him to
Probably.
inquire.
Your Honor, I'm
So
trying to clarify
the
something.
Enhancement, let's call it, of the benefits and the salary continuing ended July 31st, 2017. At that point, Fabio was no longer an employee, so the benefits would have expired and Monica would have had to find coverage for herself or the children elsewhere via Cobra or through another source because
They could have done Cobra.
Fabio's coverage had ended.
They could have done
Then it
Cobra.
became the policy of Cody's who have that in effect for all future cases. Is that correct?
It's his name.
No, Your Honor, we're talking about
Time
CODA,
that
not the
he
same.
died,
Yes.
the knowledge of the continuation of those benefits and so forth was that they were going to end very soon. Correct?
Objection, cumulative.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
Did you answer?
He did not answer.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Yes, just one question. You were
Objection,
asked about,
cumulative.
Any prior statements that you had made. You testified at a grand jury in this case back in 2017.
Yes, I
correct?
did.
Okay. I have nothing.
No, she's not required to tell you what she said.
You are excused.
Thank you. People call Henry Meyer.
Honey Boo Boo, you deserve this. You deserved that. That was a long day, Boo. A long day, Boo. Oh, I need to. I have the trial stream up a few minutes ahead of us. That's one thing I love about running a little bit behind because sometimes they throw pictures up that we ain't supposed to see or I do not wish to show. And so that gives me a cushion if I see it.
Face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Henry Mayer.
Spell it, please.
Spell it.
Henry, Henry, Mayer, Meyer.
See, please.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm the head of HR for ICANN,
For ICANN?
the Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers. So we manage the domain names to make the internet work.
Okay. How many years have you been there?
I've been there since 1st of October 2018.
Love your accent.
What was your prior employment?
I was with Coty.
And what was your position with Cody?
Before I left as Senior Director for HR
Love the accent.
for the North America division.
And was it your job to run the local HR team here in California in the Woodland Hills office?
It was at the time, yep.
And what were you responsible for?
Things changed, but during the Sementilli case, I was the head of HR, so I ran the full function of HR, everything from the employee life cycle, from hiring to leaving the company, retirement benefits, local matters, recruitment, training, employer relations, the whole gamut.
Compensation as well as retirement?
Only locally, but there's, of course, the head office would run those processes, of course.
You were just in
And
charge.
at the time,
You were just in charge to make sure that it got done.
Well, when did you come to Cody? What year?
I joined, I was transferred by Procter & Gamble, who owned the company at the time, in June, July 2011. And I'd moved from Boston to LA.
So you were with P&G prior to coming to LA?
Correct.
All right. And Wella, at the time that you came to LA, was a division of P&G?
Correct.
Procter & Gamble,
Yep.
yes?
Yep.
And at some point, Wella was bought out by Cody.
Correct.
That was in 2016?
2016, yes.
Okay. And did you supervise other individuals in the HR division?
The HR team reported to me, so yes, I did. A number of people, I'm trying to remember, there must have been about eight of us, about something like that.
Okay. Was one of those individuals a gal by the name of Janet Cover?
She was, yep.
You want to have a photograph of Ms. Cover?
Oh, exhibity.
I do.
I love it when you talk off mic.
Indeed, Janet Cover.
That is Janet, that's Janet Cover.
Okay. And you supervised her?
Yes,
And did you also work with Tracy Rakovich, who was in the New York office?
I did.
Okay. How many years did you work for, whether it was P&G, Wella, or Cody altogether?
Total of 14 years.
How many years with P&G?
12. So 2 of those with Kofi, yep.
The last 2?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes,
Did you know somebody by the name of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
And showing you People's 13 to recognize the individual that you see here.
Get on the mic.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
And did you
Wake
work
up.
with him in the Woodland Hills office?
I did.
Wake up. Wake up.
Approximately when did you meet Fabio?
I transferred
Fabio.
from Boston. I was head of the HR for Gillette's manufacturing, and I moved here in 2014, July 2014.
That was approximately
Fabio.
the time that you met him?
Correct.
Was he already with Wella when you came?
He was.
And did you assist Fabio with his transfer from Canada to the United States?
He was already working here, but he was on a green card and he localized. So to get his green card, support him in those processes, I helped out. Yep.
Okay. And did you work under, when you first came, under Sally Schoen?
Did he work under?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
And then subsequent to that, Fabio took over Sally's job.
Correct.
Okay. And the two of you worked together, is that right?
Yes.
You were part of his leadership team?
I was on the team, same as we had a common CEO.
Did you have occasion to meet his wife?
Never, a couple of times in work, social functions, 2 to 3 times maximum.
How about trips like to Hawaii, like
There was a
trendsetters?
sales award trip, and I was lucky enough to go with it. So that was Hawaii, I think.
Okay. Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
Can you identify her, please, for the record by pointing her out or describing what she's wearing?
I see her right there.
Thank you. Had you ever been to the Sementilli home before Fabio's murder?
No.
On the night of January 23rd, were you?
Where were
contacted
you?
By the CEO, Sal Macheri?
Yes, it was 7 in the evening. I'd left the office already and he called me.
Okay. And did you meet with him in the parking lot?
Yes.
You were asked
I came back to the office to meet with him.
Got a photograph of Mr. Macheri who marked his People's 101.
All right.
Showing you People's 101. Do you recognize
I
this
do,
gentleman?
that's so.
Showing you Exhibit 91. Do you know this person?
I do, David Diaz.
And were both of them working in the Woodland Hills office with you?
Yes.
All right. And did the three of you, along with Bob Lucian, go that night to the street where the Sementilli home is located?
We did.
After that night, was it your responsibility to set up various financial plans for the Sementilli family?
As HR, yes, it was my responsibility. I mean, it wasn't my responsibility to set things up. It was making sure payments that were due were processed. But I did, in fact, set up some things specifically for them.
Did you initiate some new policy within the company
I did.
based on this particular case of
Yes.
Fabio's murder? And did some of those things you initiated become then policy for North America?
It was agreed to become global policy or North American policy.
I want to work for that company.
In terms of what you did in this case, to assist the defendant.
Yeah, that kind of creeps me out too. Don't, honey boo boo.
Yeah,
Don't.
I mean, the policy stuff obviously was
Why does this not want to
internal. Explains
work?
the benefits and what happens and supports. That's easily done on the phone, email even.
Rather than handle things by phone call, did you go to the Sementilli home on a couple of occasions?
I did.
Okay. On a few days after the murder, on January 26th, did you go to the Sementilli home along with Janet Cover?
I did.
And what was your purpose in going there that day?
Honey boo, do not drink canned coffee.
To do, again,
That's
what she
trashy.
was doing, and also to give her a breakdown of what benefits she could expect following Fabio's death, and really just to help her through the process. A lot of those were estimates at the time, but I detailed it as much as possible and said what we're going to do to finalize some of the others.
Okay. And did you explain to the defendant that as the head of HR that you were going to prepare certain information or documentation for her in order to understand all the benefits that Fabio had?
We were going to do some work on it because some of it was from a previous employer because we were divested. And it was cross-border. Some of it was in Canada, so we had to reach out. So it's just walking her through those and getting the context for her.
When you say previous employer, you're referring to P&G.
P&G, yep.
And so, did you attempt to give an estimated value of the various benefits that would be coming to her and her family?
Insofar as possible, there were some things we could do, others we couldn't. But at least I could say that's a line item that we need to figure out still.
Okay. And did that include giving her an estimate of the value of the life insurance that Fabio had purchased?
Of the total policy, yes.
Did that also include the value of Fabio's 401k plan?
Yes.
And did you also review with her various stock options that belong to Fabio?
Correct.
Did you also review with her P&G's profit sharing and savings plan?
Yes.
And did you also research various contacts for P&G for Fabio's prior employer?
I did.
Okay. And did you reach out yourself to P&G to advise them of the circumstances of what happened to Fabio in order to assist the defendant?
I spoke to speak to P&G's head office in the U.S. In Cincinnati, Ohio, and then subsequently also to their team members in Toronto, in Canada.
Did you also review with the defendant Fabio's international stock ownership plan?
I did.
And did you do the same with P&G Canada, also Fabio's prior employer?
Yes.
All right. And did you also notify them of the circumstances of what had happened in order to trigger the sale of any shares in Fabio's international stock ownership plan, or ISOP?
Correct. I did. I can't remember if it was Cozy or P&G or both. I think what they needed was evidence of death, so they needed death certificates. So we had to send that as well, I believe.
Okay. And did you also explain to the defendant at that time how the company, through you, were going to provide support?
Yes.
And what did you explain to her? What was that going to include or look like?
We were, and this comes subsequently to the policies we created, but we, to support her through the death, we agreed to extend or continue his salary payment. He was killed in 23rd January, I believe. And we said we'd extend it to the end of June. And obviously, because the family situation and the children and whatnot, and Monica herself, we also agreed to extend the healthcare support that we provided, so her health insurance.
Okay. So in terms of the salary for 6 months, approximately how much money are we talking about?
It was about 110,000.
Gross?
Gross, yep.
And so therefore, she would be getting the same amount of money as if Fabio was still alive.
No change. That exactly the same. Yep, until the end of June.
And
I wouldn't mind
did
be
you
earning that kind of money.
also, tell the defendant that you were going to pay out any vacation that had accrued, that Fabio had accrued, in terms of money?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Was that something that was unusual?
It's unusual because normally you have to, that was a normal policy. So
Yes,
it
case
accrued, I think
one.
it was 53 hours or
That's
something,
what
so
they have been
paid
saying
those.
all along.
So approximately how much money are we talking there?
I'm thinking it was about 5, something like that.
56.88 maybe?
That sounds right.
And what else did you tell the defendant that you were going to have the company pay for?
We also took exceptional treatment of him because he was Canadian. His home country is Canada. He'd localized in the US. So we said, look, it's your choice, but if you want to repatriate his body to Canada, we set up a process to fund that, which I believe was taken up in the end as well.
Okay.
When
you say repatriation, you mean the cost of sending Fabio's body back home?
Correct.
Thousands and thousands, probably close
That
to
was a
10 grand.
policy that you instituted as well?
Yes.
All right. And
A lot
what
of money.
about support for the family in the aftermath?
During the whole mourning period, whatever you want to call it, there was a lot of support going there. We provided a lot of food and drink for them. We supported family coming in from Canada. We had them pick up at the airport. We supported transports, and
You paid for a lot of stuff.
after the funeral, there at the wake, we funded that event as well. I mean, that was probably about $9,000 or $10,000.
Yep.
We did the food. We did the even down to renting chairs and tables.
Do you know what that really
And
sucks?
transport for the family. Yep, catered event.
That really
That was
sucks
the event that
because
occurred on January 29th after.
that really sucks because that's part of what the insurance is supposed to cover. That's why you have insurance. accidental death and dismemberment, which is what he had. I'm appalled that she took advantage of them. I feel like that she took advantage of their kindness because they as a company didn't have to do that at all. And why in the hell are they paying for all of those expenses when I understand what he's saying, why they did it? Because they really appreciated and loved him. He was Canadian. They were honoring their comrade. So I get that. But what I don't get is why did she not fork up a penny? She could pay for her own food. You're getting 100 grand. I mean, literally getting 100 grand for 6 months for free. You could have paid the $10,000 for that. And there's insurance money, and even though that the insurance was on hold, they can do a where they go and make an agreement that the insurance will pay the facility that processes the body and does all that, and all of that can be promissory upon the condition of the insurance policy. So I'm confused.
After the viewing at a funeral home?
Yes.
All right. And did you assist with setting up those arrangements?
Yep.
And
Feeling a little ridiculous now?
what about things like a car loan? Since he was an expat, how did that work?
During his period as an expat, because you don't have a credit history in the US, you're coming from a foreign country, he is provided with a loan to purchase a car. He pays the company back. I think it is over, it's either 60 or 72 months. I believe it's 60 months. At the time of his death, he had an amount of $9,000
That's
owing
generous.
on the loan, and we wrote that off as well. And essentially, we took a principle-based approach to the policies. We said, you know, he's a very senior guy, but we wanted him, and the reason they became policies, we wanted to ensure everyone who goes through these events in the future could be treated the same way. So not to make exceptions, and we wanted to be generous with that policy.
All right. And then subsequent.
No,
to
she did nothing for
the
Fabio.
Wait, did you go again to the defendant's home?
She did
with
nothing.
Janet Cover around February 9th?
Yes.
And did you provide the defendant with a detailed breakdown of Fabio's benefits?
I did, insofar as the numbers that were known. Some things still to be determined. The other important aspects of it is some of those personal details I couldn't directly access. She had to do it. So, for example, she had to, we gave her phone numbers and contacts of people in Canada, the benefits people, the insurers, and so on. So there's a list of contacts and some of the breakdowns of information we had.
Very good. Your Honor, I have a document labeled Fabio Sementilli's Estimated Benefits by Henry Meyer. Could it be marked, please, as People's 102?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 102. Is this a document?
Is anyone else loving that accent, or is it just me?
The defendant.
It's just me. I'm happy to be alone in this.
And on this particular document, under at the very far left, did you provide contact information for
What the hell?
MetLife and P&G, Warner Chappelle, who I think administered some of the pension benefits in Canada,
Yep.
Sun Life, yes?
Yep.
And
Yep.
did you also then provide, at least as far as what you were able to identify, a chart that indicated what type of benefits Fabio had, such as life insurance, accidental death and dismemberment, any supplemental policies, restricted stock units, stock options, profit sharing, ISOPs, things of that nature?
I did, and the reason there's question marks is because some of that information we still needed from various places, but we at least knew we had those benefits because they were on our register.
And then did you also provide a breakdown in terms of the percentages as Fabio had designated in his 2017 benefits, percentages for all the beneficiaries, including the defendant and his 3 children?
I did, and that was provided by Tracy for me because she knew the master policy and his benefit elections.
All right. And did you indicate to the, or explain to the defendant the way that benefits were allocated in terms of things such as life insurance and death and dismemberment policies?
Yes.
And did the defendant say anything to you with respect to the documentation when you provided it to her on February 9th?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
She was very pleased. She,
Of course she's
said to me,
pleased.
Fabio's a good
She
man.
unalived him over
She
it.
never realized he took care of these things and how nice it was to take care of his kids as well. So she was very pleased to hear it. She said she didn't know any of these things. She said Fabio didn't really have her or let her do any of the books. So he kept it to himself. So she seemed very surprised about them.
Please.
So she told you that she didn't have any idea or she didn't know what benefits Fabio had?
Yes.
Love that accent.
Yes?
She did.
And she also told you that it wasn't her that did the books, it was Fabio, and he kept that from her?
Correct.
And did you also create a document, a 4-page document that contained, again, some of the information that we see on 102, your estimated benefits, along with a breakdown of benefits, a more detailed document?
I did.
Your Honor, I have a 4-page document labeled Fabio's salary and benefits estimation. May it be marked as People's 103.
Yes.
Showing you People's 103, starting with the front page. Is this a document that you created and provided to the defendant?
I did.
And did it start out at the top with?
See, what bothers me, she's always like this, and
email as well as Janet's.
Yep,
I don't know why she
Monica
bothers
had
me so
personal
much.
access to me as well as Janet, my senior HR person. So that's our email addresses. Yep, all of this.
And you laid out in here that the company is agreeing to continue salary for 6 months.
Correct.
Okay. And did you also include in this document a breakdown of Fabio's life insurance, supplemental policies, and the amounts?
I did.
Did you also include what the guaranteed minimum would be, which you've documented here as a minimum of one?
That's the sum of those three, and the one was still to be confirmed by the insurer. So yes.
A minimum of 1.187 million.
I got to go let puppers out. I'll be right back.
Yes. 1.188.
And also on this document, did you provide contact information for MetLife as well as the policyholder for the accidental death?
Yes.
And a breakdown of what accrued vacation was, as well as his 401k that was being administered by Charles Schwab, as well as any RSUs that you were writing off the car loan, all the things we've just spoken about.
I did.
And
I put the contact details there because some of the things, while I knew their amounts or knew about them, she had to claim them herself, so I couldn't call the insurer.
And on the following page, is this a document from Fabio's benefit selections for 2017 plan year in terms of his life insurance as well as ADD and the breakdown by individual, by beneficiary.
Correct.
The third page, did that also include, did you include information about P&G benefits, Fabio's prior employer, along with contact information for the defendant regarding Fabio's stock options, profit sharing plan, and things of that nature?
That's information I got from P&G when I worked with them in Cincinnati and Toronto.
And on the fourth page, did that also include documentation that you obtained from P&G Canada regarding Fabio's ISOP, his International Stock Ownership Plan?
Yep.
What else? Do you want plates here? Showing you what was previously marked as People 75. Is this a document that you created or not?
No, I don't recognize that.
On one of the occasions that you went to meet with the defendant at her home, did she have someone there with her?
There was always people around, her sister, but I believe once we met, her lawyer was there as well.
And do you recall her name?
I don't. I should, but we had some phone calls and stuff. It's probably my notes, but
Okay.
I need to be refreshed on that.
Did she send you a series of emails, this lawyer that the defendant had hired?
She did.
Your Honor, I have an email chain between Henry Meyer and Janice Lee Shen. May it be marked, please, as People's Exhibit 104.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 104. Do you recall receiving a series of emails from Monica's lawyer who was at her home by the name of Janice Lee Shen?
One of the objections that her home at the time of the session.
It's not cause of speculation.
Is this the same lady that was at the home when you went to meet with Monica?
This is the same, yeah.
And did she?
We said at her home, it sounded like the email was generated from the attorney's home, and I think that's what counsel had in mind as well. Unless I'm wrong.
No.
Okay. When you went to the defendant's home, did she have a lawyer with her by the name of Janice Lee Shen?
She did on one occasion, as far as I remember.
And subsequent to going to the defendant's home, did Ms. Shen send you some emails?
She did.
And does this document, what you see here in Exhibit 104, contain some of those emails that you received from Ms. Shen?
Yes.
And did she refer to the fact that she had had a conversation with you?
She did.
Did she have multiple conversations with you, Ms. Shen?
There were several. I can put a number on it, but certainly more than one.
And what did these conversations pertain to?
A lot of it was about, as far as I recall, mostly the life insurance and the progress on getting it paid.
Okay. And
Money,
were you
money,
working
money.
with Tracy Rakovich in New York in order to supply the information necessary to submit the claim, the insurance claim
Yes.
that was made by the defendant? Yes?
Yes.
And once you sent the information to Tracy Rakovich, at that point, was your responsibility for the life insurance portion complete?
Yes, I couldn't do anything more because it's through the insurer and Monica.
Which is a third party.
Correct.
Okay.
MetLife.
MetLife. Yet you continue to receive communications from Ms. Shen
I did.
regarding why it was taking so long to pay out the life insurance.
I did. I explained again that it's a independent third party. It's not part of us. We have no influence on them, and it's a policy matter. I'll probably use nicer words than that.
And
I'd assume you did too.
after collecting, as you said, all the information from the defendant and handing it over or sending it to Ms. Rakovich in New York and
Hello,
even
Miss.
processing the claim and
Hello,
sending it
Miss
to
Hilda.
MetLife, did you also receive various calls and complaints from the defendant?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe that?
Ungrateful little witch.
Again, it came. It was about the speed of payments and responsiveness. You know, it started off very nice and pleasant, and but I would say it ramped up. They got more aggressive. I think I used the word harassing me. I mean, she was hassling me, pushing very hard, and accusing me of somehow ignoring it or not processing it quick enough.
Yet
It's
you
not
had
your
done
responsibility.
all the portion of the policy, whatever work you needed to do was out of your hands.
Yeah, and I'd explained the way the policy works, and I suppose I got irritated because of the nature of attacks on me when I thought, boy, I've done quite a lot for you and your family. So at some point you start thinking that way.
Okay. In other words, the
Good
fact
for you,
that
boo.
you had, along with other members of the leadership team, put into practice new policies to benefit her and her family.
Yeah,
And spent
main
tens of
practical
thousands.
concern, I understand the you know, there's costs and challenges with losing your partner, but for the time being, at least until the end of June, it's as if nothing had financially had happened because Fabio continued to she continued to receive his salary, which I'd set up until the end of June. So as a minimum,
Very
she
generous.
had continuation of income.
Yet, as you
Ungrateful.
said, the defendant began to harass and hassle you.
No, simply said I was ignoring, not responding, being too slow.
And none of that, in terms of the processing of the claim, was within your control. Is that
No.
what you're saying?
No, and of course my wish is to expedite it as soon as possible under the circumstances.
Did you explain to the defendant that it was up to the insurance company when they paid out the claim?
Overruled.
Did you explain to the defendant that the insurance company was going to require clearance from law enforcement before they paid out under these circumstances, meaning because Fabio had been murdered?
Same ruling.
Well, yes, and basically that is information that I believe Tracy had told me anyway, how the policy worked.
Here's
What he
Tay.
explained to the witness, to the defendant's overruled.
And were you
He didn't
also
give details.
contacted by law enforcement?
I was.
And despite all of this, did the defendant also begin to start harassing or hassling your subordinate, Janet?
Sustained.
Were you aware of calls and text messages based on being present when they came in?
I was, and Janet showed me some text she received and spoke about it. So we were a little, well, I'll speak for myself, but we were exasperated by it.
And in terms of some of the claims the defendant was making that you weren't being responsive, were you unresponsive? Or were those claims false?
They were false. I mean, I thought I'd be gone above and beyond to sort things out. So it was irritating.
Would it be fair to say that you explained and discussed the procedure and the process for a life insurance payout on at least 4 different occasions to the defendant?
Yes, and it was in the documentation I gave her as well in terms of who to contact and so on.
So not only did he tell her, he documented it. Good for you, dude. That's good HR work, man. HR, document your ass off. Protect. It's called cover your anatomy, just like they say in med school. It's not cover your ass, it's cover your anatomy because it's everything, honey boo.
During the conversations that you had with the defendant as well as her estate attorney, Ms. Shen, was the overall tone of those conversations the fact that there was an urgent need for the life insurance to be paid out?
Speculation will be sustained on that ground.
Was there some urgency expressed to you by the defendant in terms of the payout of the life insurance?
Not a lot of this.
Every interaction progressively got more, was pressing harder to get speed of payment, and hence the frustration of why it was going so slowly, and ultimately apparently maybe not doing enough to make it happen.
He can't do anything more, boo.
And were
The
you
third party
asked,
has to clear you.
despite
You were not
your
cleared by the.
explanation of the fact
She was
that
not
it
cleared by
within
the police
control,
department, therefore they
you
could not
asked
pay it
the
out.
vice
End of
defendant
discussion.
to call LAPD.
Yes, I was. That rings a bell. Yep.
And when you did so, did that do anything to speed up the process of the life insurance payment?
Nope.
No.
She still hadn't been paid. Once this is over,
Did you explain that clearance from law enforcement to the defendant's lawyer was a necessity or a standard practice in a homicide case
Yes, because that's what I've been informed.
by the LAPD?
Yes,
And did you also explain that to the defendant?
I did.
Despite that, did the defendant continue to contact you and ask you to expedite the insurance payment process?
Yes.
During this same period of time when you were being hassled and harassed by the defendant and her lawyer regarding the payout of the life insurance proceeds, were you aware of the social media posts the defendant was placing on her Instagram account?
So ruled.
I'd seen the posts. Absolutely, they were either seen by me or shown to me because it was a big deal in the organization.
And in terms of those Instagram posts relating to the defendant's alleged misery over the loss of her husband, did that make you feel sorry for her?
No more than I felt from the get-go, because it's a terrible thing. I had huge empathy. It's hard to imagine yourself going through that. So absolutely, which is why we went to the extent of trying to help her in every which way.
And yet, despite that, what MetLife did with the insurance payout was beyond your control.
Yes. But I took some comfort that we continued the salary in the meantime, so she at least was getting income.
So you didn't really see the urgency as she did?
No.
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
see, that is my point. Why the urgency when you're getting 100,000 in 6 months?
I did.
And we're going back
Y'all, that's a lot of money.
several years.
Well, burying somebody costs a lot of money, but the company paid for it. So where's your beef, boo?
That's the only other time you've testified about this case other than today.
Yes.
And at that time, I take it your memory about these events was likely better than it is today. 6-7 years later.
No, honey, that's been graved.
You
No.
were testifying.
I'm
before the
good.
Grand jury about how many conversations you say you had with Monica relative to her request for the insurance proceeds.
I don't remember the number.
Do you remember that question being asked?
I don't actually. So.
Do you remember responding?
Counsel,
Page,
you reference to it, please.
I'm sorry, 527, lines.
Woo, snippy much? Y'all, it's getting spicy up in this house.
Are you sure, counsel?
If I was a judge, I would have pulled them both aside and told them, get your crap together.
Any questions on it?
Objection,
All right.
no foundation.
If I may approach.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Meyer, I want you to take a look without reading out loud.
Thank you. Without reading out loud,
I want to make sure I get it right.
he's going to impeach him.
Lines 5
Won't mean much.
to 14.
All this is formalities.
Again, what page, counsel?
527.
Nice try, counsel.
That's what it says at the top of the transcript.
Yep.
Okay. And reading that over, would that refresh your memory as to the question and answer that you gave at the grand jury?
It's similar to what I said earlier.
Okay. Well, at that time, you said you were asked approximately how many conversations would you say you had with Monica relative to her
Too
request
many.
for his insurance proceeds.
That's what I
And your
would have
answer was
said.
probably all in all about 3 to 4 conversations. 3 of those were visits to her home. You remember that question and answer?
They
I
all need to
don't,
move on.
But the context is familiar, so yes.
Okay.
I mean, there
wanna
were
explain?
exchanges, we had calls, we had texts, we had visits. So
Calls and texts you counted as visits or not?
interactions.
Okay. So was it correct that, as you recalled at that time, it was probably about 3 or 4 conversations? 3 of those were visits to her home.
Yes.
Okay. And each of those conversations had to do with the issue involving life insurance, correct?
Life insurance was part of it
Okay.
because it is a raft of benefits and
Okay.
support.
It had to do with the support that Tony was given to her as a result of the death of her husband.
Correct.
And at this time, I might as well ask, I think he was a valued employee
It was highly valued.
and loved by all.
Oh, still says 10?
Absolutely.
Okay. Which made the loss even more heartbreaking for you and the company. Is that a fair statement?
It was just the circumstances and the personality, everything, of course.
16. But how many likes
And the
have been
fact that he was
I liked?
killed,
That's
was
what
murdered.
I got to figure out.
Okay.
How many I likes have been I liked?
Did that in part result in this offer or change?
Oh,
in
come on,
policy
guys.
to
Y'all can do
allow
better than that.
salary
Come
and
on.
the benefits,
Hit the like
health
button and say,
benefits and
I
so
like
forth
to be
the
in the
family
drawing.
to continue?
It did.
This had not previously been the policy of Cody.
Correct.
Had there ever been a tragic death like this in your experience while working there?
No.
Okay. So this obviously was the first time for something as terrible as this.
And hence the need for different policies.
Yes.
And you took into account
They
that if
they did a phenomenal job.
change had not occurred, the murder occurred on January 23rd, 17. By the end of that month,
Y'all, my
all
stream
of
with
these
Bob
benefits
has
would have
touched
stopped.
1,300 people.
No salary, no health insurance, no pension, no anything, correct?
By the
No
end of the month,
way.
because, his death was during the month. It continues. to the
No
end of the
way,
month.
guys.
Technically, end of the month, yes.
So you're talking about 8 days,
No way.
right? You first learned about Fabio Sementilli's death, the day of the death? Is that what you recall?
Yes,
Okay, and where were
Y'all,
you?
we're whoa, whoa,
was,
whoa, 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 guys.
I was.
We are 5 subscribers away from 2,800. Come on. I want to get to 3,000 by the end of the month, please. Oh my gosh, we're 5 subs. Actually, we need to say 10 because anytime I hit a big number, half people disappear. So please help me out. Share the lives, share the love, and help me get to my goal of 3. I have been stuck in the 2s for too long. Please, please. I'm not ashamed to
So
beg.
I'd left the office.
Please.
My memories, I think I was in Home Depot,
Okay. You were in Woodland Hills was your office?
Woodland Hills. Yep.
Okay. Did you know where Fabio lived?
I did not. I've never been to his
I
house.
still
knew
show
he lived in
17.
Woodland Hills, however, because he just bought a house a couple of years back.
Had you been to the
That may
house?
be
I have
including.
not, no.
Okay. And was it your desire then, or your decision to go there that night to lend whatever support and condolences you could?
One does what you have to, right? My CEO called me. He said he had heard a text message, I think, from someone in New York that said something about Fabio's death. We couldn't contact him, so we said we'd go to his home. And the CEO knew where he lived, and I accompanied him along with a couple of other people.
The CEO was Saul.
So,
His last name,
Sal Maseri.
Missouri.
Salvatore Maseri.
Okay. He had testified in this case before. That's the same one.
I haven't been following.
Very good.
You knew at that time that Fabio had been killed, correct?
I did not. See, that's why we went to the home, because we heard something was going on. So we went to see the wife. When I got there, we were assaulted by TV and police everywhere.
Okay, figuratively, I hope
Figuratively.
It felt like an assault.
In this context, yes. We were confronted by one of them.
So you really learned for the first time when you got to the scene that something as terrible as a killing had occurred.
Yes.
And that he was dead.
Yes. I knew he was dead, and we'd been told there was a murder. I think that we spoke to a neighbor or the police or something. So the police let us through because once we identified ourselves, they let us go to the house.
You knew where to go, or did
I followed Sal.
Okay. So obviously he appeared to know where to go. Is that correct?
Yes.
So maybe I missed something. When did you actually learn that Fabio was dead?
Well, it started off with my CEO speculating with me that it possibly, he'd heard something.
Okay.
I came back to the office. It was about 7 p.m. Then with him, and I think it was our head of finance, Bob Lucian at the time, and David Diaz, we then went to the home, not all in the same car, and the police, I believe it was the police that confirmed it, and then there was also a neighbor who was helping things, and she was quite graphic, and she'd spoken about cleaning up and this and that. So it was explained.
Ew, quite graphic.
You never got actually into the house.
No.
You were stopped outside, correct?
Correct.
And the first person you contacted you was appeared to be a neighbor, close friend, so forth. Did the name Deborah Obad ring a bell?
That does, yep.
Okay. Did you see Monica?
Not immediately. I believe she came across from the neighbor's house, and then I saw her briefly.
Okay. Did she appear to be then coming out of the neighbor's house when you first saw her?
I believe so, yeah. I can't remember if it was next door across the road, but she certainly came. She didn't come from inside the house.
Okay. You learned later that's where she had been taken with the family and so forth.
What's the
Was
point?
she alone or was she with somebody?
She was
Objection, Your Honor.
accompanied by
What's the
neighbors.
point?
I don't recall anyone else.
Okay. Did you recognize her?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her?
Well, she approached us. We were stood on the porch.
Okay. And how would you describe her demeanor?
Her
As I'd
lanai.
expect, she seemed pretty upset and traumatized.
I I take it you didn't have a conversation with her at that time for that reason. Is that correct?
No, we were fact finding.
What?
We were just finding out what was going on, and that was it.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, did you hug her? Did she hug you? Anything of that nature?
I don't remember it, but the beauty business is full of hugs, so I assume it may have happened. I don't know.
Very well. So who did you speak with first?
Yeah,
if
if you're
anyone,
not a
to
hugger, don't get in the
actually
beauty
have a
business.
Conversation about what was going on.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, today as to what point in time.
It's overruled.
You mean at that night?
After you, I take it you didn't have a conversation with her in light of the physical condition she was in, correct?
Correct.
So did you speak to someone else, or did someone else approach you and start a conversation?
I think I was pretty much joined at the hip with Cell
Okay.
and Bob Lucian. We were informed. I can't remember it was them. I do know the neighbor gave us a lot of detail. For example, the neighbor said she had cleaned up a lot of blood in the home, you know, and worry about the kids and this and that. So,
My
the
thing is,
narrative
why are
is
you
we
cleaning up the
knew,
blood in the
he
home with
had
the
been
cops
killed.
still on
Okay.
scene? That doesn't make
Did
sense.
you learn anything else while you were there?
They were still processing while she
Concerning
cleaning.
Well,
That is sustained.
concerning what you testified about here today, did you learn anything else that night? Anyone talk to you about helping out, supplying information to Monica if she needed help, anything of that nature?
No, I don't. I think just as it unfolded, because I wasn't close. I mean, HR wasn't close to anyone. You keep your distance, right? But of course, in our discussions, we'd learned it's not just Monica. There were two daughters. We'd heard, I think, that one of the daughters had seen were the first on site. So I don't know.
Janet, I just spilt a bunch of beads on the table. Thank God.
The narrative is sustained.
Did you see the daughters there that night?
I don't recall that. No, in fact, I didn't.
Okay. How long were you there, Mr. Mayor?
If it was half hour to 45 minutes maximum, I mean, a lot of it was waiting to be cleared to go through because the police had to go back and forth and speak to. So it took some time. I think on the doorstep, I was probably there for 15 minutes.
Okay. And can you briefly tell us what you did during those 15 minutes other than what you've already testified to?
I think briefly I was processing what had happened. This was, it looked
Quite
like
a bit.
fiction unfolding. So, yeah.
And were you getting information from anyone specifically, officer, fireman, neighbor, anyone, if you recall?
Well, apart from curiosity, I mean, nothing specifically that I needed. It's just what the hell happened here.
And who did you talk to about that, if you remember?
I don't recall anything.
Was it
Reminds me
an
of Broken
officer,
Baker's
fireman,
voice.
someone on duty, or was it a civilian neighbor? For instance?
I know the fire guys or some authority told us where to park. The police were back and forth letting us through. But I do recall speaking with the neighbors. The neighbor that is
Pretty
was
shocking.
reporting at the time, I think, and I believe her husband might have been with, but
What is the point?
Sidebar.
What's
After
the point?
you spoke with that person, whoever it was, and were you able to, I take it you at some point had to leave the scene because you weren't going to obviously be able to get through and go into the house or anything like that, correct?
well, there was nothing for me to do. Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
So the reason you went, if I could ask, was it to lend your assistance, pay your condolences, or just to find out what the heck happened?
All the above.
When we heard about it, we weren't sure what happened. He was a senior executive in the organization. I was with my CEO. We wanted to confirm. I would say we were very close as a team. Obviously, Monica was well known to Sal, and they were, I think they were friends from Canada even. And so,
Ooh, friends with benefits, I wonder.
And of course, then the immediate aftermath is you thinking about how to deal with it in the organization, because you have to communicate, you have to share this information.
So a lot of things going
And the
on.
news was breaking, so we had what I'd call a crisis meeting to figure out how we handle it.
Did Sal appear to have some knowledge of the neighbor and speak to the neighbor you're talking about
He
himself?
spoke with me. Whether he had knowledge of them, I don't know.
Okay. And then you left, I take it. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You discussed what your role was at that point, and if I could summarize it, it was basically to do whatever you could on behalf of Cody and its ownership and employees to help out Monica and her family. Is that a fair statement?
Well, there's two things, right? There's that, and of course, the other piece is you're thinking of the organization. It's my job, and we've got to manage the aftermath of that. So both of those.
You had
Well,
to
yeah.
inform the other employees what had happened.
Correct.
How did you do that?
And set up counseling and
Right.
peer support.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
At some point, you've testified to deciding to take some steps financially from the company to assist Monica and her family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And whatever those steps were, it did not involve communicating with Monica at that time, correct?
Well, we had nothing to say at the time.
Okay. You had nothing to say until you and the company had made a decision as to what to do.
There
Velvet
are some
Diane,
benefits that
thank
she's
you.
completely, in normal circumstances, entitled to. Life insurance, whatnot.
Oh, I got to
The
make a
extra
little
pieces
dance
of
thing when
making
y'all do that.
exceptional
Thank you
treatment
so
for
very
her,
much out and
and
about with
ultimately
Diane.
requiring
I
policy
appreciate
to
you so very
support
much.
That was the
Thank
extra stuff I did.
you.
So, for example, the continuation of pay,
We're helping keeping the
continuation of
internet
healthcare,
on.
the loan for the car, etc., etc.
Was that your decision to make, or did you have to discuss it with higher ups or other personnel at the company?
We all have bosses, but it was my initiative, I'd certainly say, and I'm very happy to have done that because I think it sets a good groundwork for future.
And Ms. Rakovich was part of that and agreed?
Yep.
When was that decision made in relationship to the night you went to the scene?
It actually moved very fast, credit to Coty. So I would say in the next week or two, we got agreements on continuation of the salary and so on. So it was very fast.
Okay.
The subsequent work was writing it as policy.
But since by the end of the month of January, typically, if things stayed the same, all of these benefits would have run out. I take it that you made sure they did not run out.
Correct.
The salary is not benefit, right? Salary is salary, but
Healthcare.
Healthcare, yes.
In the normal situation, that would cease in a short period of time, end of the month, correct?
Correct.
That had been the policy before then.
Yep.
Okay.
Same as if someone resigns or fired or whatever.
Exactly. But at least in that case, there's some advance notice. This was no advance.
Sustained.
That's discussing.
All right. So
That's not testifying.
whenever the decision was made, how was it communicated to Monica?
Once we knew, I told her.
In person, on the phone,
I think there was
email?
a meeting in early February, the 9th or something, where I went to her home with my senior HR person, Janakova. We explained that to her. I gave her some paperwork. Unlike many HR, I did it in an Excel because I like Excel and laid it out so it was easy to read and easy to understand what the benefits are and might be, because some things I didn't know, as well as contact details. And I even went as far to say who would get what in terms of Fabio's choices for his benefits, i.e., what percentage of the insurance goes to life insurance goes where.
Okay. And you did that because, as far as you knew, she had no idea of what those benefits were.
Sustained.
You did it to make sure she knew what the benefits were at the time that you spoke to her. You wanted her to know everything that was coming to her as a result of the policy. Let me just finish, and the new policy.
empathetically, if I was going through this and that's my job to put myself in someone else's shoes, you are very confused at the time and everything's a worry and so I wanted to lay it out, not only tell her, but lay it out in writing so she could, because if I tell her, she's going to forget it the next day if it doesn't. So I told her and wrote it down for her.
And did you see her in person on that occasion?
I did.
Did you go to her residence?
Yes.
Did anyone accompany you?
Janet Cover did.
Okay. And she again is?
So Janet Cover is my senior HR person. We have what we call business partners in HR, and parts of the organization are allocated to a business partner. The education function that Fabio worked in was one of her responsibilities, so she accompanied me throughout, and she was my senior person.
Is this something that you've done before, Mr. Mayor, in other situations, or is it fair to say this is the first situation like this that you had experienced?
I think if I explain an HR job to anyone, they won't believe me. So I don't talk about, but a murder, first time ever. I've seen it all in my 30 plus years, never seen this.
Okay. So again, you went out there and you provided her with a document that I believe was shown to you on the Elmo there by the prosecutor, which spelled out the benefits that you've described quite detailed.
Yes, it was an Excel spreadsheet, line by line, column by column, it had all.
And had you made an appointment to see her ahead of time?
Objection irrelevant.
This thing.
After you did that, gave her the paper, did you discuss with her at all how or what she had to do in order to file a claim for the insurance that was spelled out on the 4-page document?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
The details I can't remember, but essentially she had to get a death certificate. She had to give it to the insurer. That's their trigger for them to start processing the claim. I say processing because it's not, I get this and we pay you. They have their own processes, but I explained how to do it and who to contact. So she had those details, and not just for the life insurance, for all the benefits in across both the US and also in Canada.
Okay. And did she appear to understand what you were telling her?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
Yep. I mean, she had someone with her as well. I think the lawyer on one occasion was with, so, and it was written down. So I have to assume she understood it.
You said on one occasion, her lawyer, can you recall whether that was the second occasion that you saw her, the ninth being the first, or was it a subsequent?
At least the second, certainly not the first.
Not the first, okay. And the lawyer was assisting her in dealing with the legal matters involved in the case.
Unobject. We would call for speculation.
Sustain, that's form.
You interacted with the attorney, correct?
I did.
And you told the attorney what was necessary, is that correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that had to be obtained was a death certificate, is that right?
Asked and answered.
Not by me.
But I'm allowing this, counsel. Be careful.
I think fundamentals of insurance, life insurance claim is a death certificate.
Okay. And did you tell her anything else that she had to do that you recall relating to the insurance involving the police department, for instance?
Objection vague as to whether now we're talking about the defendant or the lawyer.
I'm assuming it's the defendant. Overruled.
Let me ask you this, when you were talking and providing this information, was Monica Sementilli with the attorney?
Yes.
So they were together?
Yep.
Okay. And did you bring up the issue of the police department having to prepare some kind of report because of the nature of the death?
I think that's the instruction I got from Tracy at the time, I believe, but yes, I do recall telling her that.
And you didn't know that specifically until Tracy had advised you, is that right?
Someone had told me to do it, but I didn't know first time I've done one of these, so
Sure.
yes.
And what exactly did you explain to her in that regard, which I'm assuming is what you had first learned from Tracy?
I think they had to do some kind of process and clear something before a payment could be or claim could be properly processed.
That's
In the case of a murder, I think
Okay.
that's
how you explained it.
hopefully I did it a bit better than that, but yes.
Oh, okay. Whatever you were informed, that's how you explained it to her.
Mhm.
Some type of police report clearing somebody, correct?
Yep.
Did you know at the time that among the beneficiaries was not just Monica Sementilli, but her children, Jessica and Isabella?
Absolutely, and that was in my first explanation to her, because I broke the life insurance out in the Excel sheet, in the columns, all the beneficiaries, including the percentages they were entitled to as Fabio had designated them.
So those were designations by Fabio himself to Cody prior to his
Correct.
death.
So when you sign up for your benefits, one of your things, life insurance, and you have the opportunity to say what percentage goes to which dependent.
And without putting that back on the screen, it had to do with, I think, 45% Monica and 25% or 20%, something like that, to each of the children. Is that correct?
Each of the daughters, and there was a son in Canada as well. So there was a percentage for him. I can't remember if it was equal or what, but there was.
So all three of the children, the two that were Monica.
Hi,
and
Rachel.
one for
We
the
love
baby.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mija.
Did you know whether or not any of those payments were made by Cody or by the insurance company, MetLife? Eventually?
No, I don't know. Eventually,
Sustain.
Did you ever follow up with Monica on whether or not she had, in fact, done this and taken the steps to file the claim with MetLife?
I put it the other way around. She was following up with me
Okay.
regularly, and I re-explained to her what she had to do to make the claim, and that I could not do anything about it. So there was follow-up, but not from me.
No. There was frustration on her part, correct? That you understood that?
Absolutely, as it was becoming mine.
Okay. And some of the frustration initially was directed at Cody because she didn't know why this wasn't going through, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And among the 3 or 4 times that you guys talked about this, you eventually got through to her that this was not anything that you could do. She had to deal directly with MetLife. Is that right?
Objection, calls for speculation.
You did say earlier that you made it clear that whatever you could do, you had done. Correct?
I did.
Okay. And frankly, in terms of your frustration, you were thinking as well, my God, we've done an awful lot for you already with the salary and the health benefits, as well as the other things that you testified to, correct?
Yeah, I don't want to make it. I have to be detached from these things. It was frustrating.
Okay. But you understood what she was going through as well.
Of course.
And during the course of this time period,
He's being
there
politically
were
correct
several
right now.
events that took place at which Fabio was honored or memorialized in some way. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. One of them was there in Woodland Hills area.
Correct.
Is that right?
At the office.
Okay. And one out at a funeral home or someplace?
There were several events. There was one at our home, at her home.
Let me stop you there.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Liz to be able to answer the question.
You can finish the question.
Well, there was one at her home. We had one in the.
Finish the question.
Delayed. We had one in the Woodland Hills office. That was a organization event. We had a bunch of guests come and a lot of the key people in the industry. There was also an event in Canada where he was ultimately buried.
Okay. And did you attend all these events?
No. I didn't go to Canada.
The one in Canada, was that his formal funeral there or something honoring him? Do you remember?
Your Honor, again, based on the witness's answer, it's speculation.
Counsel, you're making a speaking objection.
Sorry, objection, speculation.
Assisting.
Did you attend any events in Canada?
No.
Take our afternoon
That-
recess for 15 minutes.
He-
Dennis applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Yes, and he's going to have a talk with the attorneys. How much you want to bet? He's getting really snippy with the heat. Let me get my mic over here. Well, because I'm on the side of the mic and I'm trying to tie something off here. He is getting quite snippy with the attorneys. And I think I don't blame him. How many times does he have to say, no speaking objections? No speaking objections. And let him finish the question before you object. I know that she's like, well, you can't put the shit back in the horse as soon as it comes out, but that's a part of trial, honey boo. Oh my gosh, I only got 3 of these left before I have 4. Okay. We're getting there. Before I change colors to all black. This, for those who haven't seen, this turns out looking like this. That's what that turns out looking like. Oh, I keep. There we go. So let's see if we can zoom. While I try to not stab myself in the wrist. Okay, we cannot zoom any further, so they'll be back in a minute. I want to take the time to thank As the Gavel Drops. They're our fabulous, fabulous cohorts, and I could not be doing this if it was not for them and their fabulous. Oh, they are live. That's what I need. Is it playing? Pause. Play. I think it's playing. As the Gavel Drops is the only place I go to get my court documents. If you love to read court documents and you love to sit there and highlight and figure out who said what, when, where, how, and why, and dive into the legal side, go to the Discord, go to As Gavel Drops, register, then validate your account. You must validate your account. Then you can have access to thousands of court documents, all the popular trials. They have some oldie but goodies, unsolved cases. They have it all. Over 500 cases they're following at this time. Also, if you would love to mod over there and you're a research person and you just love researching, give them a holla. And as always, if you use their documentation publicly, please give credit where credit is due. They have a lot of mods that pay for these documents, so please respect and use fairly. Oh my gosh, y'all. It is already 5:34. I'm tired. It is catching up. And I got to be back up here again tomorrow morning at 7:30. Court starts. So that means I will be back up here at 7, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. I brought my Apple TV from home and I plugged it in and yay, it works. But that means I don't have Apple TV in my bedroom, which means I might go to bed tonight early. This chick needs to get some sleep. I was hoping to get this one color done by the end of today, but that's okay. I'll get it done tomorrow. Then I get to start gluing on the rhinestones, let them dry. Then I do all the black work, and then but the black work is a lot. It's everything within those lines is black. It's a lot of work. I've got 12 of them. I thought there were 10, but I got a total of 12. 10 little, 2 large. 10 medium, 2 large. Let me rephrase that, not little, medium. 10 medium, 2 large. So how is everybody doing? I am still reeling, and I mean reeling, for the fact that Colin Griffith has turned around and come out not guilty. Do we have any interviews? Oh, I want to watch this.
Deadly son murder trial. Colin Griffith accused of murdering his own mother, Kathy. And we know that this jury is on day 2 of deliberations. They now have a verdict. Let's go into court.
Colin Griffith. With the jury, find as follows. As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count.
You're the foreperson. Please raise your hand.
As to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all, this 5th day of February, 2025.
Does the state wish to have the jury polled? You may be seated.
I will tell you,
Ladies and
those
gentlemen,
attorneys
I
are
want to thank
breathing
you for
a
the
very
considerable
good
time
breath.
and attention you have given this case. I also want to advise you of some very special privileges you now enjoy having served on this jury. No juror can ever be required to discuss what has occurred in the jury room, with rare exception, and that would require a court order following a fully noticed hearing. For centuries, our society has relied upon juries to consider difficult cases. And during that time, we have agreed a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to have to speak about the jury's work. Although at this point, you are at liberty to speak to anyone you would like to about this case, including your deliberations, you are equally free to refuse to do so. A request may come from those who are simply curious, perhaps from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you individually to determine whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. On behalf of the entire 10th Circuit and all assembled here, I humbly thank you for your service. You are now discharged.
All rise, please.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. Not guilty across the board, acquitted of the 2 charges. We had a murder charge, we had a kidnapping charge, and it is my honor, and I am so grateful to have with me Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson. Our anchor Julia Janae has stayed with us for this verdict. I'm about to fall out of my chair because I did say, when the grandmother testified for the defense and was describing all the behaviors by the mother, Kathy, I said that's the defense's best witness. I think at the end of the day, the jury had to have believed her. I'm stunned. Let me start, Julia, and then Matt, please.
Ashley, I'm at a loss for words. I was asking our producers, double check that.
Yeah.
It was a little bit hard to hear. The judge spoke while the foreperson was speaking to make sure that that was not guilty. I thought for sure, lesser included,
Yes.
perhaps, second-degree murder, manslaughter. But to let Colin Griffith walk on his second killing of his second parent is pretty shocking.
Now, I do want to say the jury did not know he had killed his father. The jury knew he had killed someone else.
Right.
Didn't know it was the father. Would that have made a difference? I think it would have, Matt.
Which is what the motivation was, according to the state of Florida. So you had this jury, predominantly women. You had 8 women on the jury and 4 men, and they almost took half the amount of time of deliberations as it was to even hear testimony in this case. This was only a 5-day trial. This defendant chose not to take the stand and tell his story, but his attorneys did a good job on his behalf in advocating for him because, wow, this isn't what was expected by anyone, especially since on that verdict form, this jury had a lot of lessers to consider. On the first-degree murder charge, as Julia mentioned, they had second-degree murder and manslaughter, and then on the kidnapping, they had to consider false imprisonment.
Right.
And then the jury, in 3 hours of their deliberations yesterday, they had asked for the neighbor testimony to be read back in court. The judge ultimately told them back in their jury room to just use their collective memories. But that testimony was really critical because both of those witnesses, the neighbors of Susan Detman, the grandmother who testified, the only witness on behalf of this defendant, both of those witnesses said that they watched what had happened, the struggle outside of the grandmother's home, and that he was pulling his mother's hair,
Right.
which would have constituted to the
Kidnapping.
at the
I
very
think it was
least.
directly. And when they were asking about the kidnapping, in my mind, I thought, I wonder if they've already reached a decision of guilty on one of the murder or lesser included
Right.
to then reach the kidnapping. But I'm astonished. I also have to tell you, one of the reasons when we were all saying, are we sure it wasn't guilty? I said, it's got to be not guilty. Look at him smiling. The son, the defendant, smiling, outwardly smiling. This defense, Julia, has done a phenomenal job, to Matt's point. I cannot believe it's not guilty across the board.
Okay, we're back in court. I need to share with you what happened. There's a dog on the other side of the fence of the property, we think, behind us that is injured. And the business next door didn't know what to do. And I've been in animal rescue. And I was a dog groomer, pet rescuer. So long story short, we got help here. So they're going to go take care of the dog. Not major injury, but it's got a festering hole. Looks like it's been infected a little while. Oh, let me switch.
This was at a meeting you had with her on February 9th, is that correct?
I'm trying to remember, but I gave two documents to her. I think the first meeting, this is a lot of question marks in it right at the end of the details. It's estimated. The second meeting with her was I provided a lot more detail in terms of how to make the claims. So I think there were two documents. So I can't recall exactly when I gave it. Okay. One of those two meetings.
The second meeting was the one where you were more detailed.
Yes.
It wasn't estimates anymore. You had made decisions, Cody had made decisions about his salary, the medical, and so forth and so on, correct? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know how long after the first meeting was the second meeting? How long it took you to finalize a lot of these?
It was an effort. I think I met this first time after the murder, the 26th of January, and I think this was the 9th of February, something like that.
The second meeting with her?
I believe that was the 9th of February.
And the first meeting after the night of the incident, 102, when you did the estimated?
Possibly the 26th. It was the following week. So, I think it was the 26th.
Do you have an actual date in mind when the policy was changed by Cody to extend the salary benefits and so forth?
Well, there were two things. The decision was to give the go-ahead that we could do it for Fabio.
Yes.
The second one was to write the policy into a formal document that becomes part of the handbook of the organization or the policy document. So I'm knowing any bureaucracy, it probably takes a bit longer to get a policy documented. But I don't know the date.
And when you were able to tell her that at least as far as Fabio was concerned, or she was concerned, in 103, that was what, 2 weeks later after the night you were there?
I could only tell her what I could confidently assure she could get. Yes.
And that was that February 9th?
I believe so.
Okay. You mentioned something concerning, well, let me put up on here I've got it up here. You talked about stock options at some point, is that correct?
There were various forms of those, yep.
Did you have those mentioned here on your, okay. Take a look at the bottom area here where I'm quoting where it says restricted units estimated value based on stock price 125.17 of $3,995.
Yep. Yep.
Dude, get by the freaking mic and stay there.
I think they were P&G benefits, and I think they were provided by the Canada HR folks.
Okay, but you obviously did some research to find out, first of all, that there were options at all, correct?
I did some considerable research on that process to her. Who filed the way? It doesn't sound like we personally do it for someone. That doesn't sound right for insurance. It's a personal matter, but maybe.
Would Janet be the one to?
She may be.
Okay. And did she have to contact MetLife to get the form, or did you or Cody provide the form for her, if you recall?
I don't recall.
I love the way that's. I don't recall. I just love the accent, dude. Just saying. Love the accent.
Were you at all texting with Monica at any time?
Yeah.
Of,
That was a joke. I
with her
saw it
following the
live.
death of
I was like,
Fabio?
I believe there was some text. Yes.
Do you recall if you were using the app WhatsApp or some other app? Do you recall?
I don't know.
So,
Don't know.
At that time, were you using WhatsApp?
I can't remember. It's I should know. My company runs the internet for the world, but no, I don't remember.
Okay, you remember using WhatsApp?
But I have used it, but I don't recall using it then. Probably because I'm foreign, I might make cheap phone calls home, and at the time, so possibly I was using it.
Now,
I don't understand why they're grilling him so hard.
salary that you agreed to pay for 6 months.
He's pretty much
was the
testified to what
salary
he
that
knows.
was earning
This is
at the
just
time of his
BS.
death, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he was a very successful employee with a great future?
Objection. Cumulative.
Boy, her objections are aggressive.
although
Objection.
You're testifying, counsel. When you say the words, "Do you agree?" You are testifying.
Was he a very valued employee
He was a valued employee for sure.
and a successful one?
He was successful. Yep.
And if he had stayed with Cody, he would have had salary increases every year.
Why do I object? That would call for speculation.
Sustained.
Would his salary have been renegotiated yearly or on any regular basis?
It's not negotiated. It's reviewed annually, subject to performance and obviously the company's ability to pay.
And the company was doing well at the time, correct?
It was okay. I wouldn't say it was doing fantastic because it was a new acquisition. There was a lot of changes, but it was good enough.
Okay.
We weren't laying people off.
He had a good future.
Maybe.
Sustained.
And if
What are you getting at, dude?
Fabio Sementilli had lived and continued to be employed by Cody, he would have the opportunity to earn increased amounts of salary options and things of that nature,
Objection
correct?
calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Each year, his salary options, everything
What's your
else
point?
would have been reviewed, subject to renewing his contract for another year, correct?
Objection cumulative.
It's overruled.
He was an at-will employee, right? So I couldn't talk about his long term, but yes, it would be subject to review because you have to attract and retain people in an organization. So like any employee.
Was he someone at the time of his death, was someone that you believe would have been retained by Cody?
Objection speculation.
It's irrelevant.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what the objection should have been. Objection irrelevant.
When was the last time that you met with Monica Sementilli concerning anything involving Fabio or life insurance, if you recall?
I don't recall if the February meeting was the 9th was the last or maybe the March. I don't recall. There were other interactions in terms of emails and I think a phone call as well.
But the figures that we have before you that I've shown you were the latest figures that you showed to Monica concerning Fabio's benefits and the decisions that Cody had made in terms of salary and all the rest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not any of the stock options were ever exercised by Monica Sementilli?
I don't know anything she did with any of those. There are
Good riddance is what I
beneficiary
said.
allowances when someone dies, well, but I don't know if she did those.
All
In
right.
fact, that's done centrally in the HQ, so no.
You were still working at Cody when she was arrested in June of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you were aware of that event, correct?
I was.
At that time, were you aware of any options, stock options that she had exercised up to that date?
I would never be aware of those because you exercise them privately and you do whatever the stock thing is. So I just wouldn't know.
Well, the company would have a record, obviously.
The company would, and but it's
Not HR.
well, someone in HR, but it would be their specialist area, not local HR looking after the operational side of the business.
And do you know at the time of her arrest whether any life insurance had even been paid to her children?
No,
The answer's already in.
Your answer is no, you don't know.
I don't know.
You didn't check.
Nope.
Was there any other, I'm sorry, was there any other form that you prepared concerning benefits and so forth involving Fabio Sementilli other than the ones that we've shown you today?
I'm not aware of any, no.
So whatever was in effect by the time you gave her the second document. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
He's like, thank you. Get me the hell out of here. I'm done with HR.
I'm thinking. We're going to adjourn. The extra half hour is not going to make that much difference in this case, and I want you safe. I'm getting fond of you, and I'm already planning our Christmas dinner together. So we'll be in recess tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admin applies not to discuss this case among yourselves, or if anyone else form expressing opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you, please drive safely. I'll see you tomorrow at 9.
I would not want him to chastise me or punish me or gripe or fuss at me. He scares me, man. He's somebody that I would tread very lightly with. That judge is like no nonsense. I's done. My gosh, it's before 6 o'clock. So in 30 minutes, if I want to bolt home, I can. Oh my gosh, y'all. I cannot believe we had 3 here. Okay, I do want to go back and watch this with y'all because I had to run and check on that poor dog. He's fine. He'll be fine. Everything will be fine, but I missed this, so let's watch it
Was
again.
not guilty. I thought for sure. Lesser included, perhaps, second-degree murder, manslaughter. But to let Colin Griffith walk on his second killing of his second parent is pretty shocking.
Now, I do want to say the jury did not know he had killed his father. The jury knew he had killed someone else.
Right.
Didn't know it was the father. Would that have made a difference? I think it would have met.
Which is what the motivation was, according to the state of Florida. So you had this jury, predominantly women. You had 8 women on the jury and 4 men, and they almost took half the amount of time of deliberations as it was to even hear testimony in this case. This was only a 5-day trial. This defendant chose not to take the stand and tell his story, but his attorneys did a good job on his behalf in advocating for him because, wow, this isn't what was expected by anyone, especially since on that verdict form, this jury had a lot of lessers to consider. On the first-degree murder charge, as Julia mentioned, they had second-degree murder and manslaughter. And then on the kidnapping, they had to consider false imprisonment. And then the jury, in 3 hours of their deliberations yesterday, they had asked for the neighbor testimony to be read back in court. The judge ultimately told them back in their jury room to just use their collective memories. But that testimony was really critical because both of those witnesses, the neighbors of Susan Detman the grandmother who testified, the only witness on behalf of this
So if there's
defendant,
any insurance or
both
anything,
of
he
those
gets it.
witnesses said that they watched what had happened, the struggle outside of the grandmother's
any
home, and that
insurance
he was
whatsoever,
pulling
that
his
boy
mother's
gets it.
hair,
Right.
which would have constituted to the
Kidnapping at the
I
very
think it was
least.
directly. And when they were asking about the kidnapping, in my mind, I thought, I wonder if they've already reached a decision of guilty on one of the murder or lesser included
Right.
to then reach the kidnapping. But I'm astonished. I also have to tell you, one of the reasons when we were all saying, are we sure it wasn't guilty? I said, it's got to be not guilty. Look at him smiling. The son, the defendant, smiling, outwardly smiling. This defense, Julia, has done a phenomenal job, to Matt's point. I cannot believe it's not guilty across
This
the
is a
board.
victory lap for that defense team. They threw out a pretty surprising allegation during the closing argument saying this could have been suicide by son. That Kathy Griffith, the victim, may have wanted her son because she had been suicidal in other incidents, and that she wanted her son to kill her. So she came at him in order to receive this killing. And this jury must have bought it. They believed that what he did was not only not reckless for second-degree murder, it wasn't, negligent, a homicide in a way that was unlawful, that this was self-defense all the way around. And just seeing the grandmother, we were seeing her reaction earlier in that video. She was in the gallery and she was so happy getting those hugs from other people around her because she supported her son on the stand.
But I want to talk a little bit about, grandson. But there was a grandpa who testified, Matt. It was Colin's grandfather. And he testified that Colin was tired of his mother and tired of the grandma. And he describes in detail the way that Colin wanted to kill his own mother. That was said prior to the killing, yes.
That was also really interesting because the grandfather was a state witness, correct? And
Yes.
he was once married to the only defense witness, which is the grandmother, Susan Detman. But she was doing a good job of chipping away at his character when she was adding things that weren't necessarily in the questioning. When she was on the stand saying things like, well, you weren't invited to the celebration of life, and I didn't want someone there that lost their nursing license, like random things like that.
Yeah, it's wild how they did that to affect that. I want to listen together, and I want to see if we can do this. I want to hear from Colin's grandfather, who did testify for the state, but I also then want to hear a little bit from Susan, who testified the opposite, which was this was on the mom. Let's see if we can listen to both of those. Let's start with the grandfather and part of his testimony.
I think so too.
My grandson was very aggravated at his grandmother and his mother. He said, I am so tired of these two bitches. I'm disgusted. He said, my mom, I keep thinking over and over, I want to slit her throat. I want her to bleed out. I want to smell the blood. I want to feel the blood. I want to feel the life and the blood leaving her body.
That was so.
Are you aware of Kathy having pinned her then husband to the wall of the house with her running car?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Have you ever personally witnessed Kathy engage in a physical act of violence towards Colin?
I know that there was a fight at the house in Port Charlotte.
Are you aware that Kathy pulled a gun on Colin?
Yes.
All right, Julie, I want to ask you about this because to me, this really is what the trial boiled down to. The jury had to decide either number one, Colin murdered his mother, or number two, it was Kathy's fault and it was her behaviors and he didn't murder her. She caused all of this. Ultimately, we know the jury agreed with the second.
And this grandmother, she was the star witness for the defense because when you hear a mother talking about her daughter, you know she's going to lean to the side most favorable usually to her child. But if she is telling this jury that her daughter was troubled, that her daughter was suicidal, that her daughter was nitpicking at the grandson, that she was continuing to come after him when she shouldn't. And remember, the grandson was in the grandmother's custody at the time. My big question is, what happens now? We have this 17-year-old who has killed two people.
His parents, not just two people. His parents,
in
mom and dad.
separate situations, has gotten off for self-defense in both situations, and now he is free to go. We've noticed that there's been a lot of missteps and ways that he fell through the cracks here.
Yeah.
What's going to happen now with the court system not able to put anything in place?
Right. He better get some help because I'm fearful it's going to happen again in the wrong circumstances. I also have to say, don't you wonder what this jury thinks when they get out and they're able to realize and learn it was his father
Exactly.
who he killed.
You know, and we've been talking about that a lot, and we've been talking about this motion that was won. You know, trials are won in pre-trial hearings, and the defense won with this ruling that they couldn't say that it was the father, that they just had to say that he, you know, shot and killed somebody, but they couldn't disclose the relationship. I think that's one of the three things that won this trial for him. That, the fact that he didn't take the stand, and the, you know, the suicide by son comment.
And we had kind of heard he might take the stand, but I have to tell you, after grandmother testified on his behalf against Kathy, the mother, I think that's when they appropriately decided, or he did, I'm not testifying, because I think that could have gotten him in trouble. Acquitted on both charges. Crazy. I want to welcome our other guest for this hour, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira and Deputy Public Defender Philip Dubé. Wow, I know we're stunned. I cannot believe he was acquitted of all charges, and Julia raised the point that there were lessers on each of the two charges, the first-degree murder and the kidnapping. And Philip, I see you throwing your hands up. Let me come to you first. Not even the lessers. What do you think?
Let freedom ring. That's what I say. You know, this kid is one lucky kid. I mean, let's call it what it is, seriously. But at the end of the day, if you really think about it, the jury recognized how nobody heard this kid's cries for help. And it seems like there wasn't 1 ounce of sympathy for the mother, not one. Not that mom needed killing, but if you notice, nobody seemed to shed a tear or be upset or somehow aggrieved by the fact that she was gone. Instead, they were looking at his behavior and the motivation behind wanting her dead, if at all. And I think the jury embraced the fact that you had a troubled kid who was basically cornered, found no way out, and he did what he had to do when left to his own devices. And the jury cut him loose, let freedom ring.
Yeah, they cut him loose. That's right. He's completely free. He's acquitted. He is a free man. And he was smiling in such a way. Again, I stand by. That's one way. We couldn't hear part of the verdict because the judge was saying something, but then we ensured, yes, it was not guilty. But Marie, you could tell by the smile on his face, it was not guilty. And at the end of the day, I stand by something, Philip, you just said, which is none of this means that the mother deserved to be killed, right? But at the end of the day, the jury said he's not guilty of it. Your thoughts?
I feel the jury got it wrong because they were given incomplete information. I think the fact that they didn't know that the person who he murdered 18 months ago was his own father makes all the difference. And it's shocking how they could bring her own mother to testify against her about things that she did. And I mean the poor victim. She did this. She pinned her husband up against this. She was a nitpicker, but yet they didn't tell the jurors what he did. So they slayed her reputation, made her look like some crazy person without letting the jury know exactly what he did. I understand the Constitution doesn't want him to look like someone with a propensity of violence, especially he was accused, then cleared, and it never even came to the point where he was officially charged with the murder of his father. But it happened.
Yeah, and it was said to be self-defense. I want to do this before I bring Matt and Julia back in. I want to listen again so that everyone can hear the verdict as it was read in court.
I'm still
Juror
flabbergasted.
the foreperson, please raise your hand. For the record, juror number 1980896 has raised his or her hand. You may put your hand down. Juror number 1980896, if the jury has reached a verdict, please raise your hand. That juror has his or her hand raised. You may put your hand down. Please pass the verdict form to the bailiff. There are no defects nor omissions in the verdict. Counsel for the state, counsel for the defendant, rise and hearken to the verdict. Mr. Griffith, rise and hearken to the verdict.
State of Florida versus Colin Griffin. Will the jury find as follows? As to the defendant in this case, the defendant, as to count one, the defendant is not guilty. As to count 2, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all this 5th day of February, 2025.
Wonder what the
Does
judge
the state
said.
wish to
I
have the
always
jury
wonder what
polled?
the judge said.
You may be seated.
Insane.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I can promise you those defense attorneys are thinking, holy moly, did I just hear that right? Because this is a bigger win than I think I've ever seen for a defense attorney. Matt, let me ask you this. Yesterday, we were talking a little bit about the jury makeup and the fact, I believe you said there were 8 women and 4 men. You travel the nation to be inside the courtroom for these big trials. What does it say to you, if anything, about the jury makeup and a not guilty?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see if they choose to speak after reaching this decision. I find that always fascinating, but I also think that it's interesting that they really took it so seriously that they deliberated over 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, more than 10 hours, and this was only a 5-day trial. They didn't have a whole lot to go off of in terms of evidence. It was pretty straightforward, a few videos and then a lot of testimony. But at the end of the day, you had more women on this jury than men. This was a very highly publicized case there in Polk County and one that people were watching very closely.
Yeah, I agree with all of those things. The other thing that stood out to me during the trial, Julia, is this idea that he had almost 2 personalities. And specifically, I remember the police saying when this happened and they went to the home, inside the home, he was very flustered. And then as they walked him out to describe or explain what happened, they said he got very calm. What else do you recall, if anything, about this potential 2 different types of personalities in this young man?
Well, when he was interviewed, he described himself as having a Colin number 1 and a Colin number 2. And he said Colin number 1, I believe, is the one who was more calm and more reasonable, but Colin number 2 was the protector and comes out and does things. And that can be indicative. I'm not a psychologist, but we've seen this in cases where a dissociative personality disorder, which used to be called multiple personality disorder, when it used to be used, or when it is used, that's what you hear, that one side of them is the protector over the other. So what we're seeing in front of us may be one way and then something that he almost can't control. So again, it goes back to, I hope that there are resources, especially while he's 17.
Everyone's
but I understand,
saying
Matt,
that.
it's not for
Everyone's
long that
saying,
he's
I
going
hope
to be a
there's-
minor.
No, his birthday is in a couple weeks. It is the day
Get
before
this.
St. Patrick's Day. And, he was being tried as an adult here. So it wouldn't have mattered if he had already been 18, but, he's going to have access to other things.
And I just hope, because anyone who's been through the trauma that's been described, as well
other
as
case
killing
has been
2
open.
parents,
I wonder how
needs to
far it
get
will
some
go.
type of assistance, to your point.
Here's my thoughts. The other case has already been opened, as they're relooking at the other case. By relooking at the other case, now that you have the not guilty verdict, does that mean they're going to drop in Oklahoma, or are they going to continue to look at it? That's a question I have. How will this affect the Oklahoma case? Because, y'all, I mean, he does say he murdered him. He said he does admit to murdering him, not just, and I know I'm saying it, I'm probably going to get dinged, but well, not just saying that I accidentally killed him, not just saying that I shot him, but the M word. And that to me is where we go, you're saying the M word a lot, son. If you didn't do it, why would you be using the M word? That's what I want to know. So we got a close of that case. That case books are closed for now. We have now we are going to be following the baby Evelyn and the Sementilli case. These are the trials that we're going to be following for the rest of this week and possibly up for 2 weeks. We do have some hearings coming forth with Karen Reed in the near future. We've got a lot coming on the books, and trials are going to start hopping for the next few months. So, with that, thank you for spending your time with me. You get to pick who you get to watch these with, and I am so appreciative that you chose me. Tomorrow morning, we will be on with the baby Evelyn case, first thing in the morning. I think that's 7:30 my time. No. We'll see. If I will tell you, y'all know I've been struggling with a little bit of RA for the last couple of days. If I'm struggling in the morning, I might come in at 8. Ada K, have you done the draw? No, I'm getting ready to. In fact, I was just getting ready to finish this one last anchor stitch, and then I'm going to do the drawing. But I got to get to my little pencil. Yesterday it was Hello It Brit. Today we got 3. So everybody make sure you've got your stuff in. Do you have it in? You better get it in for this one. Okay. I'll give you a few seconds. We're going to do the first one. And guess what? The first one only had 1 entry. Why? 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 Why only 1 entry? For the first one. I'm flabbergasted. Okay. So that one, I don't even know who it was. Only has 1 entry. And that is. Okay, it won't let me do it. Okay, it won't let me do it. I'm sorry, y'all. 13 and 13. So let's do this one. Let me share it. I guess you have to have more than 1 to do a draw. Okay, draw. June. Yay, June! Congratulations, June! All right, the next one. Future! Yay! Yay! Woohoo! Congratulations to June Sidlauskas. I have Sid Lauskas. Sid Lauskas. I'm bad. Don't pay me no mind when it comes to that stuff. Seriously. I'm lucky I even got that close. Okay, guys. So tomorrow morning we'll be here at the crack of dawn for the other trial. I've got to reboot and do some updates on the computer. Oh God, I hate doing that. So I'm not going to be able to preload I don't think I'm going to be able to preload my thumbnail and all that. Let's see how long it takes. If it doesn't take too long, I'll get it done. Otherwise, I'll have to do it first thing in the morning. All right, guys. Miigwech, thank you so much. It was a blast. I enjoy spending my days and nights with you. Hug the ones you love. Be kind to someone who's having a hard day. And remember, you've been a blessing to me and I bless you. Miigwech. Have a great night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.